Hello, and well, welcome. Yeah, I'm on the screen right now, so I just loaded up the game. It's taking a sweet time. Ah, please take a moment to set your preferences. Okay. Hmm. That should be fun. Yeah, should be fun.
Driven from their homes by armed invaders, a few hardy refugees faced the prospect of starting again. They would found a new village deep in the countryside.
Oh, what's it called? Open. um. Okay. So Streamlabs is being a pain again. Okay, well, let's just go like that.
With a new settlement established, the first priority was locating a reliable food source. The simplest source was gathering from nature.
Gadriende.
Poeta? Yes, Stella. Yeah. A helter. Gadriende.
Oh, it's no number pad.
Got it.
It's
Apple.
arrow key oriented. Oh, that's not good. Please, I've played all of them, every single one. I even have. No, I don't have that. The first one yet. Click. Okay.
Yeah.
Hereof.
Apple.
Yeah.
Okay, with now.
Abendende.
With a healthy supply of food, the village could start to grow. To do so, it would need more hands to share the work.
Meta.
Poeta? Yes, Amiende. Yeah. Voodoo.
Yeah. Quetta. Meta.
Huh? Uende. Yeah. Unday.
Yaya, huh?
The new workforce could now turn to the growing village's needs.
Gatriende.
First, they would build a mill near their food source, so villagers could drop off gathered berries more easily.
Workende.
Avendende. Huh? Gongande. Wudu.
It's a wheeler.
Next, the growing village would need wood to build with.
Ilya each.
50 additional wood.
Figure out
There,
that.
got it.
On run.
The growing community now had a steady supply of lumber.
It's a
To make
father.
wood collection easier, villagers could erect a lumber camp near the forest.
Workende. Yes, sir.
Huh? Workende.
Thanks to the camp, villagers no longer needed to travel as far to drop off lumber. The village now required additional houses to support its growing population.
Huh? Working. Workende. Quitter. Work out. Workende. Work out.
No grade, no grade. Okay, come on. Hurry up.
Dawn. Workende.
With additional housing in place, even more villagers could join the workforce. But a populous village would soon exhaust the natural food sources. To grow, the community needed dedicated farms.
Quetta.
Yaro.
Workende.
Huh?
Dom.
Workende. Yeah. Workende.
Yaru.
Quitter.
Yaya.
Woodsmen and farmers now kept the village well supplied.
Yaya.
Work.
Further growth required knowing the countryside and finding more resources. For that, communities employed scouts.
Here Werta.
Everybody's found wood.
Yaru. Huh?
Able to move quickly and see great distances, scouts were key to discovering new resources. The most important thing for a scout to locate was a ready source of gold.
Yes, Quetta. Workende. Quetta. candy.
Här, sir? Yes, sir.
Here work.
Yes,
There's
sir.
some.
To prevent having to haul ore large distances, expanding communities would establish a mining camp near the source of gold.
Yellow. Huh? Work out?
Yaru, yeah. Ridende. Yeah. Yes,
I
sir.
like the map. I like the edge of the map.
A well-placed camp ensured efficient gold mining.
Här, sir. Ridende. Asterende. Kotlich. Rider, yeah. Yeah, herende. Gande. Asterende. Kotlich.
With a good supply of gold, the village was becoming a large town.
Gande.
Yeah.
The signpost of this growth would be the construction of a large landmark.
Still a landmark.
Yaru.
How did they do that?
Work.
Forward.
Huh? Work candy. Huh? Work candy.
Yaru, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, herende. Yeah. Yeah. Forward. Gande. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Bury your work and your work.
Yes, sir. Questo hala.
With the landmark in place, the once sleepy village announced itself as a thriving feudal township. The townsfolk had been driven from their homes before, however. This time, they would defend themselves.
Ichiera.
Yes, sir. West.
The first step would be constructing a barracks for infantry.
That skulle be timlan.
Forward here, följande hästar. What has? Ichwilla redan. Ichwilla. Ja, ga upp.
Yes, questo hala.
Once it had a barracks, the town could establish a standing force of soldiers.
Each timber.
Simple infantrymen armed with spears were a common choice for these militias.
What's her face, eh?
Ridera Yaru. Prende nu. Följande hästar. Fora, hurra. Ich here.
Yes,
And
sir.
you work it.
Garwigan.
What's their faith, eh?
Primet Garu. Each win. Yarwe.
Ridera Yaru. Ridende.
The town now had a militia and could look to reclaim the lands lost to invasion. The invaders had blocked the road north with a stout palisade. Although spears were of little use against these walls, the militia could burn down the obstacle with torches.
Ichwilla.
Hestes Commende.
See, say.
That Shule Bayo Timbran.
Jaja? Donde tal?
Yarway Iawara.
Agnawa.
Yes, Stelfen, yes, sir. West Thuhala.
Yes,
What's her face, eh?
What's their faith, eh? Ain't you worker?
Garwigan.
That's Shule Bayotin,
Garwigan. Garwigan Asetat.
And you worker?
Again, if you think that I'm just going to build a small force, you're kidding yourself. I'm building an
What
army.
häsa? Donde that?
Yarwe. Yes, sir.
And you worker?
Yarwe.
Fair done.
Garwigan.
And you worker? What's her face, eh? Yaru to work. And you work off each a gap. Yaru to work.
Ike you say.
Each timbreth.
Yerwa. Garwigan. Astira. Garwigan.
Yes, sir. West Thuhala.
Jaja? Hurra!
on.
Garwigan.
Yes, sir. West to Hala. What's our faith, eh?
Yes, sir.
Eat your worker.
Garwigan.
And you worker.
Yarway.
What's their faith, eh?
What's our faith,
Yes,
eh?
they'll fit, eh?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir? Questo quiero tu.
Now what?
It's timber theos.
What's our faith, eh? Each timber theos.
Quiero to work. Eat your worker.
What's our faith, eh? That shule beo timbran.
And your worker. Eat your worker.
I'm your worker. Eat your worker.
Ige obvious.
Yaru to work. Each with a delta.
Garwigan.
Yeah.
What's their faith, eh? Each timber theos. That's Shule Beotenbred. There are you worked.
Garwigan.
Fair and on. And you worker. Fetch and a wood.
Yes, sir. Garwigan. Garu.
That's 62. And counting. Wait, I didn't want the 10. I'm getting an army.
Garwigan. Garwigan.
Oh, I like how the destruction on the ore mine. Ore thing. Like that. Go
Yes,
down.
sir. Garwigan. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
In total, my army
Yeah, well,
is
got it, we
77 strong.
Garu. Stiga.
With the road open, the militia could now reclaim their lands in the north. First, the spearmen had to deal with a lone sentry. aggressively.
Yes,
The
sir.
militia
Where's the
eliminated
man?
the enemy sentry.
Each will pay itself, Mayday.
The invaders had a small cavalry camp guarding the road, but the militia was ready to attack.
Hurra!
Spears were highly effective against cavalry, allowing the militia to win the day. All that remained was to destroy the invaders' stables. The invaders' cavalry post was destroyed, but other enemy positions awaited further up the road. Hostile archers defended the next camp, which would put spearmen at a disadvantage. The township needed cavalry of its own to deal with this, and so would need to build stables. To deploy that cavalry quickly, the town needed to build their stables near the front lines. Fortunately, friendly villagers came out of hiding and joined the effort.
Your way, you alla. That sole be o tempra. Each tempra Theos. Yes. Each bruke that.
With stables in place, the town could field horsemen of its own.
Trimmet Garu! Riknu! Garu, Farath. Mit mig. Yes, sir. Aknawa.
Yes, sir. West to hala. Your way, you alla.
Here is day.
Each a worker.
He shall.
Each a worker.
Aknawa.
Garwigan, Aknawa.
Vera il
Jerwa, Garwigan.
Fair done. Estes come
Yes, sir.
Garu upp.
Astira, Garwigan.
Where is my scout? Campaing.
What häsa? Ich will ridan. Följande häsa.
The town now had a rapid light cavalry, skilled at harassing slower targets, such as archers.
Garwigan, mit mig. Garu, Farath.
Each timber theos.
Yeah. Din häst. Jaru.
Forward here, each here. Each winner.
Eoredas Yerway. Yes, sir.
Ridera, ridende ut. Ga upp. Följande hästar.
On your work, huh?
Gerd uppe. Gadriende voodoo. Yes, sir. Understood. Each a will a hewer voodoo. Yes.
Ja. Each here. Donde that? Hurra! Ichuela! Ridende ut! Ga upp! Ichuela ridan! Parende nu! Ichuela ridan!
Yeditirupa. Aritanu. Eoredas. Forth. Rimet. Gar. Garwigan. Forth. Esteda Pastinu.
Cavalry eliminated the enemy archers and moved on to destroying the archery range itself. The invaders' archers and their camp were destroyed. A final enemy emplacement remained, one fortified with palisades and defended by spearmen. To deal with this target, the town would need longbowmen. First, they needed to build archery ranges in the area regained from the invaders. Once more, friendly villagers arrived to help.
Here up, upper. Yes, is commended. Each timber fails. Fairer your words up. Each
Yerwath Garwigan. Rit nu. Each win.
I mean, I probably have a big enough army to wipe them out with
Ridera,
my current army.
Yaru, donde that?
Sure, I'll humor them and I'll build the archery. Oh, free archery.
your way, Yawaller.
Agnawa.
Each a worker.
Instead of Fastanu. Each Yera.
Forward here, each here. Go! Hurrah!
With several archery ranges in place, the town could add longbowmen to its forces.
What's our faith, eh? Hestas commende.
Your is name.
That Shule Bayo Timbran. Eat your work.
Bail day, man.
Boren, Yaru.
Flamboga.
Ike on the selling.
Strela Boren. Bail death, me.
Farah Don.
Strela Boren.
Flamboga Arod.
Your way, Yawaller. That Shule Bayo Timbran.
What here, sir?
A strong force of archers could eliminate enemy spearmen at a distance, so long as they took the proper position.
Ichuela. Ridende ut. Ichiera.
Yes, sir. West Duhala. Each Timbra Theos. Each a worker.
What here, sir? Ichuela. Donde that? Hurrah! Rende no! Ichuela ridan! Foliente hessa! Ga up! Donde that? Ichuela ridan! Ridende ut!
Garwigan, Aseta, cometh on.
Abuga, Strelboren.
And you worker? Gadriente Wudu. That Shule Bayo Timbra. Yes, sir. West Duhala. Each Timbra. What's our faith, eh? Each Timbra fail.
And your work, eh?
Each
That Shula Beo Timblan. Gongen.
Earward. Eoridas. Health Strelboren, Gerwa. Yerbia. Strelboren, Perth. Garu Upa. Garu, Feraf. Remet Garu. Hura. Astira, Garwigan.
Strelboren, Site.
Eoridas Yahweh.
Strelboran, sithe, gas, strelboran. Odstyria, strelboran.
Poised on a cliff top, the longbowmen would be protected from an infantry charge.
Galwigan, mid-May. It shall end.
The last of the invaders fell to the resurgent homegrown population. Now that their lands were free of enemies, the town could take the next step in its growth and become a powerful medieval city. Here too, the erection of a great landmark would be the signpost of this growth.
Yes, sir. West Duhala. Each a worker. And your worker?
What's her face, eh?
Steady fast and new. Eat your willa.
Forrada, here. Parendenu!
Where a few lowly refugees had founded a small village, now rose a mighty city. From there would grow an empire. Some events leave a deep mark on history, but none on the land. This is the site of the Battle of Hastings. After almost 1,000 years, no traces of the bloody conflict can be seen. But here, the fate of England turned. It's where a king was killed, and his victor claimed the throne. October 14th, 1066. We know what happened here on this day thanks to this. The Bayeux Tapestry. A carefully preserved, illustrated record of events. It shows the main players. Harold, the newly crowned Anglo-Saxon King of England, and his challenger, William, Duke of Normandy. William claimed the previous king had promised him the crown. So, he assembled an army and prepared to sail to England to fight King Harold for the throne. But a storm thwarted his plans. Meanwhile, Harold discovered that a Viking invasion had landed in the north. Another threat to his crown. So he raced to fight them. In France, William waited for the right conditions to sail across the Channel to England. The weather cleared. He seized his chance. "250 miles north, Harold had defeated the Vikings. Now, hearing of William's arrival, his army sped south. At 9 o'clock in the morning, on this hill, William's Norman army were ready to do battle with Harold's Anglo-Saxon men. The stage was set, and up for grabs, England itself. On October 14th, 1066, William of Normandy stood ready for battle at the base of a hill. The high ground belonged to King Harold of England and his Anglo-Saxon army. Here, on this hilltop, the fate of England would be decided.
Soyez prêts, compagnons.
What's a terrible plan?
William's Norman army made the first charge, launching a direct assault on the shield wall. Though William's army fought fiercely against the shield wall, it would not yield. As one man fell, another took his place. Overlapping shields in tight formation made for a near impenetrable barrier. Realizing his army could not break the shield wall, William called for a retreat. William's feigned retreat was working. The Anglo-Saxon army broke their shield wall formation, leaving gaps for William to make a move. With Harold's men no longer in shield wall formation, William could pick them off as they charged. The Anglo-Saxons had deployed rows of spearmen to push back the invaders. But William had an answer. His sharp-eyed archers. More Norman men-at-arms reinforced William's army. Anglo-Saxon archers joined the fray, and the Normans' deadly cavalry ready to charge. But first, William's forces had to eliminate the enemy spearmen, whose sturdy polearms could easily bring down a horse. With the threat of spearmen cleared from the field, William's cavalry was free to charge at the Anglo-Saxon archers. More Norman cavalrymen took to the field. The Anglo-Saxon army was in disarray. Their shield wall had been neutralized and their numbers were dwindling. Now the only thing standing between William and victory was King Harold himself. The last of Harold's men encircled their king, prepared to lay down their lives to save his. The Anglo-Saxon King Harold had fallen. In the confusion, some loyal soldiers fought to the death, while others scattered in panic. Leaderless and defeated, the last of the Anglo-Saxon army fled for their lives. The Normans celebrated victory over the English king, but William's quest to rule England was just beginning. At Guédelon in France, to understand how castles were constructed, they're building one from scratch, using just the tools and materials of the medieval age. It's a 25-year project, the world's biggest archaeological experiment. The most important defensive feature of any castle was the wall surrounding it.
Castle walls had to be incredibly thick in order to resist attack and absorb the impact of projectiles fired from trebuchets.
The curtain wall was over 20 feet deep, interspersed with towers. In earlier Norman castles, they were square. But while on crusade, European knights saw that eastern towers were round. They realized that eliminating corners not only made them stronger, but also provided a better view of the surrounding landscape. Completing the walls will take some 30,000 tons of sandstone.
Transport costs in the Middle Ages were incredibly expensive. So having a good supply of local stone close to the castle was vital.
To extract it from the quarry, first a row of holes is hand-drilled.
Once all the holes are ready, I'm ready to put in the iron wedges, and I'm ready to split it open by hitting very hard on each wedge with a big sledgehammer.
The stone is split into usable blocks, then transported using horsepower and human effort. This treadwheel crane can lift up to half a ton.
The walls are built like sandwiches. On the outside you have facing walls built from better quality stones, and the inside, the rubble cores, they're built with softer stones and other offcuts from the quarry. And they're built up in layers with a very thick, coarse mortar.
This ingenious method makes the walls better able to withstand hits from a trebuchet. Sandstone is too hard to be carved into intricate windows, vaults, and steps. Instead, softer, more expensive limestone is used. These sophisticated building techniques make castles the ultimate feats of medieval engineering. It's a testament to their construction that so many still stand today. Some events leave a deep mark on history, but none on the land. At the Battle of Hastings, the death of one man changed the course of history. The Anglo-Saxon King Harold was killed here, on England's south coast. His army defeated by William of Normandy. Anglo-Saxon rule was over forever. At Westminster Abbey on Christmas Day 1066, William was crowned the first Norman King of England. Now he had to secure power across the country. He began by stamping his mark on the landscape, building cathedrals and castles at strategic locations. Nothing like them had been seen in England before. They reminded the Anglo-Saxon population exactly who was in charge. But not all were content with living under Norman rule. Anglo-Saxon revolts broke out across the country. King William acted quickly to crush these rebellions. But there was one region where dissent was spiraling out of control: the north of England. In 1069, a group of lords from Northumbria formed an alliance with Viking invaders. Together they approached Norman-held York, a large city with an important cathedral, still protected by ancient Roman walls. But the walls couldn't save York. The city and the castle fell to the rebels. William's new kingdom was under threat. He had to get the city back under Norman control. William had no choice but to order his men north. But as the Norman forces set off on their long march towards York, how much resistance from the rebels would they encounter?
Harrying of the North. Scorched earth policy. Harrying? Harrowing?
William the Conqueror marched north, with his army of Normans determined to take back the rebel-held city of York. But in his path stood rebel towns that harboured William's northern enemies. He would take the towns back by force.
Attendez les commandements.
Je commande, avance.
Jefferson.
Votre jetzt vos appuis.
Very good! He's taking us!
the Normans captured the town of Middlethorpe, establishing their presence in the north. With reinforcements to his army soon arriving, William would need more resources to supply them.
Cavallarios parat! Quiete, cavals! In avant, cavallarios! L'entière, si! In avant, l'entière parat! Si!
Spero, laburo, escolto, laborans lat me.
Parat! In avant, arquière!
Quod? Capere.
Me? Escolto.
Capians!
Che? Ma sono.
Si.
Parat! Cavallarios, quitamus!
Quod?
I do have.
Edifico. Che?
Laburo!
Sì. Materia. Ubi vado?
Just let me bring
Edifico.
Ubi vado?
Mandes? Vado! Cavallarios parat! Bene!
Spero. Ma sono. Ubi vado?
Exploro? Si! Escolto! Escolto!
Me?
Edifico!
Che?
Ma sono!
Spero.
Secco! Exploro! Si! Vado! Ensala! Bene! Chierte! Cavallo!
see the spell.
Chierte!
That's good.
Vado!
Can hold carcasses?
Vado! Escolto! Pascara formata! L'entière sparate! Sagita in arco! Parate, archers!
Si.
Laburo! Parat! Cavallo! Bene. Chierte. Sì. Escolto. Escolto.
Je vais vous obéir.
Incontinent.
Benvenuti. Labur speranza. Anos la carna.
Lonques parata. Comprendo.
Parat. Sitto.
Obéir, c'est...
Momentesi, archière. Ambula. Que demandes? Ambulo.
Point de labour.
Vado labura. Si. Vado.
Yay, they unlocked the upgrades. I'm so happy.
Cursor obéissance. Qu'une grande course.
Unlock your ultimate.
Cavale parate. Comprendo.
Si sommes.
Ooh, that's nice, yes, definitely.
Cos'è sarà massonata? Si. Cavallo ici.
Okay, the source of gold either. That's really.
Me plaît.
All this needs gold.
Parade pour venir.
Market, yeah.
Io ma sono la cose. Caval parat. Oye, oye. Qu'une grande course.
Definitely need more villagers.
Félicite Béat.
Cursor obéissance. Cavallo ici. Si.
Puedo labur? Seda, puedo raya.
Bene. Ambulo.
Mande squad.
Wait.
Io ma sono la cose.
Si somes. Vado laburar. Mandesqued.
Labor Speranza.
Ascolte bene.
Vado a massa.
Me plect.
Preparate archer siest. Parats pour labourar. Obedio. Qued me? Coligans vacas. Si somes. Por coligar frux.
Parat pour venir.
Increase the damage of all
Qued me?
increase the rank value of all villagers by 5 different.
Qued labour? Mandesqued? Monacial pour la matière.
Parat pour laborar. Seco mater.
Parats pour labourar.
Secco materia.
Parat pour venir.
Retourno comme materia.
Mandesqued. Monacial pour la materia. Vado a massar. Returno con materia. Returno con materia. Quid me? Monacial por la materia.
Labour? Qued labour?
Parat pour venir.
Slow and now archers.
Parat pour venir.
Retourno comme materia.
Si somes. E a quid facies? Seco materia. Mandesqued. Monacial por la materia. Cose sarà ma sonata. Felice
Si
Beat.
somes. Mandesqued? Vado laburar. Cose sarà massonata.
Parat pour venir. Labour Speranza.
Qued me?
Io ma sono la cose.
Labour Speranza. Io ma sono la cose. Vado laburar.
Qued Mendes? Oye, oye!
Benefect.
Oye, oye!
Deneffect.
Si somes. Quid me?
But it's all you increase the damage to get them food by 10%. sell food.
Barats pour la bourra. Cos'è sera massonata?
Barats pour la bourra.
Pour venir.
Cos'è sera maçon? Quoi de la bourre?
And an outpost.
Me plect.
Io ma sono la cose.
Labour Spérance.
The Norman army was now well supplied by a town, but it would take a sustained effort to keep the army at full strength.
Io ma sono la cose.
Quoi de la bourre?
On the squad.
Another rebel town, Fulford, stood in defiance to William's rule.
Obeio.
Si sommes.
Scara formata. Ensola.
Beat.
Lances soproioxa.
Buon labour.
Si, sito. Perfecte.
Benefecta.
Tonets moi. Mon destruyer Rumaigne.
Momentesi, Archier. Archier, in avant.
Cursor Ambulo. Quai Mendes, cavallo ici. Si, cum grande course.
Si sommes. Vado la bourra.
La bourre Spérance. Vado la bourra.
Qued me. Anas la carna.
Qued. Me. Vado capere.
Qued labour. Cos'è sera massonata?
Cavale parat. Cavallo ici. Cum grande course. Ambulo. Perfecte. Si voles. Est fait. Oye, oye. Cavallo ici.
Looks like cavalry is going out.
Cavalarios para. A calque, cavalario. A calque, cavalario.
Cursor obéissance. Ambulo. Cum grande course. Oye, oye.
Mendes Qued.
Toutes audite. Vado la bourra.
Barats pour la bourra. Capere. Be.
Labour Spérance.
Io ma sono la cose. Cursor obedience. Commandes. Perfecté. Parat porvenir. Vado laborar. Si. Si voleis. Caval parat. Commandes. Qu'une grande course. Cavallo ici. Arate arquiers. Entendo.
Quiete, cavals. Sí.
Que demandes? Oye, oye. Expect. En boulot. Si sommes. Cursor obedience. Oye, oye. Si voleis.
Mande squad.
Cos'è sarà massonata? Io ma sono la cose. Cos'è sarà massonata? Vado a lavorare. Caval parat. Cavallo ici. En boulot. Perfecté. Commandes. Comprendo. Qu'une grande course. Les maçons sont ici. Qu'une grande course. Expect. Oye, oye. Cavallo ici. Commandes. Que demandes? En boulot. Quoi de labour? Io ma sono la cose. Si. Perfecté. Cavallo ici. En boulot. Comprendo. Veillance l'ennemi. Oye, oye. Qu'une grande course. Expect. Ennemi viene.
Caraforma. In avant, cavalarios.
Que demandes? En boulot. Cavallo ici. Veillance l'ennemi. Si voleis.
Cavalarios parade. Cavalarios quitamos.
Si. Cum grande course.
Respectez. Parade.
Coursor obéissance.
Quedme.
Vado laborar.
Parade pour venir.
Cos'è sarà mas...
Inherence.
Ci sommes. Io ma sono la Qued labour. Qued me. Vado laborar. Parats pour laborar. Ecce li mandement. Mandes qued? Cose sera qued me? Io ma sono la
Quedme. Come sono la cose? Labour Spérance. Vado laborar.
Quiete, cavals. En sola.
Caval parade. Oye, oye.
Métraille.
Comme Mendes. Si vous laisse. Oye, oye. Cavallo ici. Cum grande course. Ambulo.
Cavalarios parade. Ok.
Qued Mendes. Cum grande course. Ambulo. Respect. Oye, oye. Cavallo ici. Cavallo ici. Comprendo. Comprendo. Ambulo. Cum grande course. Oye, oye. Comprendo.
Quiete, cavals.
Preparate, archers. Bene, bene. Cursor obéissance. Ambulo.
Gara formata. Odio.
With the Fulford rebels eliminated, William was one step closer to York.
de la bourre.
Knowing he would face strong resistance in the city, William prepared to bolster his cavalry.
Barats pour la bourra. Cos'è sarà massonata?
Ci sommes. Retorno con Matteo.
Si sommes.
Escolte bene.
Mande squad.
Cos'è sarà massonata? Barats pour la bourra. Io massono la cose. Vado la bourra. Cos'è sarà massonata? Vado la bourra. Si sommes.
Labour Spérance. Labour en Seine-les-Mans. Quoi de labour? Comme Mitrenka. Parade pour venir. Si, cavo. Parade pour venir.
Et chez les mandements.
Si.
Allez, excavo.
Quid me?
Ci sommes. Vado laboura.
Labour Spérance. Si, cavo.
Mandesqued.
Barats. Ensola. Pariez et prépariez il palais. Quiete, cavals. Presentez l'encaisse.
The Norman army came under attack from a new enemy, the Danes. William's army held back the Danes' attack, but they threatened to return unless William paid them in gold.
Si. Perfecté. Si voleis. Esfect. Esfect. Oye, oye.
The Normans discovered the source of the Danes' threat, an outpost on the water. William had a choice: bypass the encampment, destroy it, or pay the Danes the gold they demanded.
Perfecté. Veillance l'ennemi. Cursor obéissance. Comprendo. En boulot. Commandez. Parat porvenir. Io ma sono la cose.
Cursor obéissance. Si voleis. Preparate, archer. Audience.
Cavallarios parat. Cavallarios quitamus.
Quid me? Sito.
Mandesqued. Comme i trenca. Qued labour. Comme i trenca. Parat porvenir.
Qued mandes? Perfecte.
Si bene!
In destroying the Dane outpost, William stripped the rebels of a crucial ally.
In avant, cavallarios.
William's ultimate goal was within his grasp. All that remained was to enter York and destroy its keep.
A calque, cavallarios. Quiete, cavals. Si.
Parate, archers. Archer. In avant. Caval parat. Comprendo. Cavallo ici.
Qued me? Monacial pour la matéria. Parats pour la bourrard.
Agita in arco.
Io ma sono la cose. Qued labour. Vado la bourrard.
Si. Les sponsors sont ici. Si voleis.
Parat. Une avance, cavallarios.
Caval parat. Menasud. Perfecte. Lasum doxis. Commandes.
Zito.
Mendes? Certe! Momentesi, arquière. Obegno. Vado Matona.
Parate!
Bene, sì.
Udite, serviente!
Preparate, arquiers. Edifico comme les Mendes. Perfetto.
Ma demande, qui est, colones? C'est qui est, colones?
Si, cavo.
Ok.
Arat?
Si, prendo. Sus instruments.
Preparate, arquiers. Si. Edifico comme les Mendes. Si, perfecte. Qu'une grande course. Estafette. Sarate, arquiers. Vado Matona. Cursor obéissance. Cavallo ici. Ambulo. Oye, oye. Esfect. Oye, oye. Cavallo ici. Qu'une grande course. Est faked. Meneste por nos! Comme Mendes!
Cavallarios parats! Bene! A calque, cavallarios!
Actually, it's how it didn't heal.
Ordines a medio course.
Au nord-est d'Obéi.
Quoi de labour? Labour Ferrance.
Parade. Scara formata. Cavalario parade. Caballos.
Mendes? En boulot! Les Smallsons sont ici! Momentesi, Archer. Si est.
Arrête parade. Quiete, caballo. Si, parade. Cavalarios, quitamus. Va.
Parates, servientes. Bene, bene. Allons-y. Entendo. Ambulance. In avant, servientes. Audience. Venies, servientes. Allons-y. Ambulance.
Instruments parat. Tutti instruments movent.
Cursor obedience. Respect. Parate.
Parat. Comprendo. Si. Quid mandes?
Parats pour labourar.
Hommes, prep in avant, servientes. Parate, archers. Ambula.
Cavalarios parat. Ensala.
Bomb, that's one.
Cavalarios. Quid mandes? Cavallo. Acces vos, compagnon. Ok. Apertisets vostre courage, compagnon. Avant, compagnon. Avant, compagnon.
Mondesqued. Oiseau capé.
L'heure est de besoigner. Quand je commande, avance. Avertisets vostre courage, compagnon. Certes.
Si. Comprendo. Am boulot! Perfecté!
Soyez prest, recueillez vos amours. Quoi d'ordinaire?
Si.
Laisse-moi niemand seguinte. Au point.
In avant!
Attendez les commandements.
Avant, compagnon. Sauves parats. Instruments parats. Instruments conquident.
Audite. Venies, servientes.
Sus instruments.
Audite. Si est.
Sauves parats. Que nos manques.
Parate. Omes, prepara. Bene, bene. Parate,
Instruments parats.
The Norman army poured into York and began sacking the town as they bore down on the keep.
Soyez prêts. Sus instruments. Au point. Que nos manques.
Preparate, arroyez!
Menace pour l'instrument.
Arroyez! Bene, bene! Este seguita! Parate, archer! Momentesi, archer!
Accespets vos, compagnon.
The keep fell to the Norman army, and York was secured. The Northern Rebellion was over, and William the Conqueror was uncontested as King of England.
Doomsday Book. William won England by the sword and was merciless in replacing the Anglo-Saxon barons with more loyal Norman nobility. His harrying of the north killed thousands, but it was a land survey that truly cemented his rule. In 1085, William sent out surveyors across England to record the land holdings of every one in his kingdom. So, for a survey, it was said that to be as if God were recording the state of the world on Judgment Day. The resulting Doomsday Book became the basis for land rulings for the next 8 centuries. Although William's heirs would fall into conflict over the throne, the Doomsday Book enshrined his people as the ruling class.
At the Battle of Hastings, the death of one man changed the course of history. The Anglo-Saxon King Harold was killed here, on England's south coast. His army defeated by William of Normandy. Anglo-Saxon rule was over forever. At Westminster Abbey on Christmas Day 1066, William was crowned the first Norman King of England. Now he had to secure power across the country. He began by stamping his mark on the landscape, building cathedrals and castles at strategic locations. One weapon more than any other dominated warfare in the Norman period: the crossbow. 14th century crossbows like this were the culmination of centuries of development. With limbs made of steel, they were incredibly powerful. But earlier Norman crossbows had limbs made of wood.
There was a limit to how powerful these wooden bows could be.
So the idea that Norman crossbows were a powerful weapon is really a myth. Despite this, they were effective at medium range, and that was enough in battle. Drawing the bow repeatedly took a lot of strength. Thankfully, help was at hand.
A crossbowman spanned his weapon with a device called a belt and claw.
This gave him extra leverage, allowing him to use his back and legs to draw the string.
Crossbowmen were vulnerable on a battlefield, so they carried large shields called pervises, so they could hunker down behind, load, pop up, shoot, and then duck back down again to reload.
Crossbows were accurate, took less training, and used cheaper ammunition than the longbow. Most importantly, you could wait to take your shot, so they were perfect for siege situations. To protect crossbowmen when they were defending castles, they used specially built wooden galleries, called hoardings. But shooting down towards an approaching enemy presented its own problems. How to stop the bolt from falling off the crossbow before it could be shot?
What they did is just place the thumb loosely on the top of the bolt, which is just enough with light pressure to hold it in place.
Around 1200, the Norman wooden crossbow was superseded by a new design, the composite bow. With limbs made from horn and sinew, they could be made more compact than a wooden bow. And they could deliver up to 4 times the punch. They were, however, more expensive. So whether on the battlefield or the castle rampart, simple wooden crossbows remained the main weapon of the day. William the Conqueror had recaptured York from the rebels. Now he wanted to teach them a lesson for defying him. He began a brutal campaign of destruction to crush any further resistance, known as the Harrying of the North. Villages and crops were destroyed. It is said 100,000 people were killed. With ruthless efficiency, William the Conqueror had secured obedience in his new kingdom. But it wasn't to last. It would be thrown into chaos by his own children. When William the Conqueror died in 1087, his favorite son succeeded him, King William II, known as William Rufus. But 13 years into his reign, disaster struck. While out hunting, he was killed. William's youngest brother took his place as King Henry I. But there was a problem. At the time, Henry's elder brother, Robert, Duke of Normandy, had been on crusade. When he returned, he was furious that Henry had grabbed the throne. From Normandy, Robert attempted to invade England to claim the crown from his brother. But he failed and returned home. In retaliation, Henry struck back. In a reversal of 1066, he crossed the Channel and invaded Normandy, intent on undermining his brother Robert's rule. His first target was Bayeux. This rich and splendid city was one of the jewels of Normandy. Henry was to begin his campaign by unleashing his forces on the city. Bayeux was about to feel the wrath of the English army. In the brotherly feud over Normandy, King Henry I set out to make an example of Bayeux, a town still loyal to his brother Duke Robert. Henry's archers took up position on high ground outside the city and faced an immediate attack by Robert's cavalry patrol. Having deployed their palings, Henry's archers were well protected against the cavalry charge. They defeated the first patrol. As Henry set his sights on burning Bayeux, more reinforcements arrived to join his army.
Wassendierwa, Adnau, Ridende ut. Huda, Donde kat. Ga up. Barendenu. Western Fleckenson! It will read us!
Hejsa! Järviä! On styrja Strelborg. Yes. Dida here.
Over the here, it will read us!
Flatboga a rod. Strelborg jävlig aknau. Odstandende städer.
What? It will read us! Den det ut! Varende nu! Ich hier! Hat es je Hände!
The English approached Bayeux and saw that its towering stone walls would not be breached by manpower alone. Henry would need siege equipment and a defensible location to construct it.
Hat es je Hände! Ga upp! Voljende häsa! Varende nu! Hurra! Ich will rida! Varende nu! Ansakan! Donde está? Den du! Ga upp!
Strelborg jaru.
Under Bärbealo!
Onsterende.
Garu ut. Jäsa.
Apuka Strelborg.
It is Sita for Actus.
Henry now called for the services of a blacksmith to bolster the siege effort.
What's our face, eh? Each timber theos. Yes, sir? Where's the holler? That should be a timber. And you work it. Each a worker.
What third faith, eh? That shule beo timbran.
And you working.
With a blacksmith on hand, Henry's infantry would soon be ready to construct siege equipment.
Each brookie that.
Yes, questo hala. E quello qui. Off each guy. What third eh? Yes, they'll fit, eh?
Yes, sir. West Duhala. And your worker? Each timber theos.
Yaru to work. Each timber theos. Yes, sir. Questo hala. That's sole bio timber.
And your worker? Each a worker.
That. And your worker. Far end they know.
Yes, sir. West Duhala.
Yarwa Yowana.
Each will a delta. What surface they? That shule beo timbran. Words up. Yes, sir. West Duhala. Each a worker.
Henry's infantry could now construct battering rams, siege weapons designed to break open fortress walls.
And your worker?
Yeah.
Yerwath Garwigan. Garwigan. That Timbren Shale Vale. Yes, sir. It shall be Timbre this. Yarwe.
Forrada, here. Ich will rida.
Yaru to work. Each timbre theos. Each timbre theos. Each a worker.
Yes, sir.
Yarwe.
It shall be Timbrethis.
Bram Yaru.
Ich eom Yedon.
Ich eom yes.
Carwigan Asatna. It shall be Timbrethis. It beeth full.
What third faith, eh? That Shule Veo Timbran.
With the power of battering rams, the English army could crack open Bayer's mighty walls.
Aliste Vala. Find Bearus Eala, Bearus Era, Carwigan Asatna.
Garu Upo. That Timbran shall bear.
What here, sir? Perende, no.
Ich eom Yedon.
Fogliende hessa. Ridende. Epoca here! Ja, ga up! Donde that? Ansakan! Ich will a reader. Beyond the sun!
Yerwath Garwigan. Be what thought be on Onsterende. Plymouth Gar. Here we are. Here in the Est Yarwe. Garwigan. Bieru Sieru Yaru.
Yeah? Perende, no. Ich will a reader. Perende, no. Ga up! Fogliende hessa! Ridende ut! Patas je hända! Ich will a reader! Hurra! Patas je hända!
And you worker?
Babuga Strelbo.
What's her face, eh? Each a worker.
What festes? Elleride. Wait, said Yerwin. Don't it matter? Biedu Siaru Wergende. Donde is Wahaman? Aknawa. Pesta, Aknawa. Strabor, Yerwa. Strelboran on Lisa. We're beyond the shore tonight! Strelbora, Sithe. Yerwath Garwigan Midbank. Strelbora, Sithe.
Wednesday off. Each timber Timbra Theos.
We siedziemy, będą sierać, zagar! Jirwa, garwigan! Find wielu sierać!
Bayer's walls had failed, and Henry's men could now storm the city. Robert's garrison made a last stand to defend Bayeux, but Henry would show no mercy in cutting them down and burning their city.
That's Shule Bayeux Timbrad.
And you're working. Each a worker. What's their busy? Each timber a thing. We send
As Bayeux burned and the people fled in terror, King Henry basked in the victory over his brother Duke Robert. But Henry would not stop until all of Normandy was back under the English crown. By 1100, the medieval knight was dressed from head to toe in mail.
Mail is really like a metal fabric. It moves and behaves like a cloth, but is actually made of hundreds and thousands of interlocking iron rings.
It could turn and deflect a sword blade.
As an armor, mail didn't work all by itself. It needed the addition of a padded coat. The coat absorbed the shock of the blow, whilst the mail turned away the cut. Together, they formed an incredibly effective protection.
The first stage in making mail was to create wire to the right thickness. To do this, it was pulled through a drawing plate, which had a series of ever smaller holes, until you got wire of the desired gauge.
To make the rings, we wind the wire onto a mandrel.
And then we take it off the mandrel and cut the rings.
So I've flattened the overlapping ends of the ring and I've pierced a hole through it. And now Nick has to put a rivet in it. The basic construction of mail would be a ratio of 4:1. So each ring goes through 4 of its fellows. Here you can see I've made a set of 5, which will then be joined to other sets of 5 to create a sheet of mail.
Mail had to be tailored to a perfect fit. It had to be shaped for feet and legs, arms and hands, and of course the head. A skilled mail maker could make very precise shapes.
Of course, for more complicated parts of the body, like elbows, we can actually tailor it in 2 different directions at the same time.
Yeah, so if we fold this in half, we have an elbow.
One of the main benefits of tailoring in mail was that it meant a knight didn't have to carry a single ring of extra weight that he didn't need to.
The mail to cover a knight from head to toe required about 200,000 rings.
High-status knights would have had their mail edged with gold, but most importantly, it had to be functional.
Clad in mail with his shield and helmet, the knight was well equipped to face the weapons of the day. William the Conqueror had recaptured York from... While Bayeux burned, King Henry pressed his advantage. Seizing key fortifications and buying the loyalty of powerful lords, Henry loosened his brother's grip over Normandy. At Tinchebray in 1106, brother would fight brother for final claim to their father's lands. Determined to claim Normandy and capture his brother, Duke Robert, King Henry besieged the castle at Tinchebray. But the direct assault on the formidable stone castle was failing. Unable to breach the towering walls, the king devised a new plan to capture his brother. Henry would force Robert to defend his lands from attack by razing the villages of Martigny and Fresnes.
Vogliende hessa. Ridende ut.
Yet they reach libe to hear him. He shall lay the yow.
Yeah. Barende ut.
Look at yow be at me no word. Fereth.
What hessa? Each will read on.
It is Sitha for actor. At me no word. Fereth. Duty is none more dead. He shall lay the yow.
For where there is. Yeah, go.
To goad Robert out of his stronghold, Henry's men would burn the village to the ground.
What hessa?
The village of Martigny was destroyed, but still Robert did not emerge to face Henry outside the castle. Henry would have to raise the stakes. Next, he targeted the village of Fresnes. Henry could buy reinforcements from nearby allies if he could procure the gold to pay them. Henry received word that Robert had sent for a fresh army to aid in defending his position at the castle. Henry had to eliminate these new forces before they could combine with the garrison at Tinchebray. Henry sent gold to his ally in men and received fresh reinforcements.
Yet thee ready for a shall lay the yow.
They are see helpful.
Look at yow be thee ready, Freckes.
Henry paid his ally in Tosny and received a regiment of soldiers. By eliminating Robert's incoming army, Henry had thwarted his brother's attempt at strengthening the castle's defences.
Finicita for actors. Andente to serve. Alles with it.
What has er? Ich jeder. Hura. Ich will. Barendenu. Ich will. Donde thought? Fogliende hesa. Ich will read on. Fogliende hesa.
Nu, Tulkes. Ut readeth nu, Tulkes. At me no word.
Forward here. Ich jeder. Inshallah.
Get thee ready for Hestes. Certes. Ich live here. Forward Frankens. Mit Waldenes.
At the hands of Henry's army, the village of Fresnes was in ruins. Henry's provocations had paid off. Robert finally emerged from the castle to face his brother in open battle. Henry's ally in Bayeux sent reinforcements in exchange for gold.
Barendenu. Go. Huda. Barendenu. Donde thought? Ridende ut.
Alle kenites jetzt live hier.
Ich will.
Finicita for actors.
What has er?
Yerwat Garuyan.
Apunga Strelbo.
Yes, sir.
Get to thee ready for Hestes. Second yard.
King Henry's tactic of luring Robert into the open had worked. Henry captured his brother, and Normandy was his. While Bayeux burned, King Henry pressed his advantage. Seizing key fortifications,
He has such an immense wealth that he was able to buy the loyalty of his brother's barons. One such defector captured the Lords of Caen and brought them to Henry. Henry made a deal with his prisoners, give up the fortress of Caen without a fight, and in return for betraying their duke, receive land and riches from the King of England, English king. Remembering the fate of Bayeux, none refused. Caen became an important stepping stone in Henry's conquest of Normandy. Whoops.
William the Conqueror's sons had resolved their long feud over Normandy, with King Henry wresting possession away from his brother. But the French King Louis VI would not accept Henry's heir as the future Duke of Normandy. Henry's fragile power would face its first test, an invasion by the French king.
Chance encounter. Well, that's a chance.
In the disputed countryside between Normandy and France, a smouldering farmstead gave away the beginnings of a French invasion. At the head of the vast army stood King Louis of France himself. An English scout hastily rode to inform King Henry of England, who was still en route to defend his borders. Hearing of the threat, villagers and guards fled their English-held towns and retreated to the stronghold of Fleury. Above all, the English forces in Normandy had been commanded to hold the town of Fleury and await King Henry's arrival.
Each a willer. Cheer las hair. Ik willa do hit.
Eoredas Yedichiera. Stegeria, Gas, Strabo.
Huskala Heligonga.
As the village of Crescenville fell, all English hopes lay in holding Fleury for the king's arrival.
Flamboga and Beodeth me. Beodeth me. This Sunday hours.
Chopin de Etos!
Sheodeth Glau.
Chelas Hair!
Fremant Garu. Garwigan for. Rip. Strelborn Yerwa. Abuga Strelborn. Strelborn. Garu
The town of Crescenville succumbed to the French, and the English were pushed back towards Fleury.
Yeah?
Yes, sir. West Duhala. Soon are Putiende and your worker. Yes, Delfende. Cheerless hair. Each will a del.
Yes, sir. West Duhala. Otiende.
Yes, sir. West Duhala. Each will they a del at third faith, eh? It's your work.
Yaru to work. Fetchende Wudu. Yes, sir. West Duhala. Each timber thing.
What third faith, eh? That shule veo timbran.
What third face, eh? And your work, eh?
Ike om je selly.
Ansagen! Yeah? It's with...
And your worker? Pachende would do.
Yeah, it's your way, lad. And your wife, sir. It's a say, I guess, sir.
At last, King Henry and his forces made their arrival at Fleury.
Look at your ready. Yes, sir. Yarway. Awetende steala. Nu, Tulkes, second yard. Yute is none more dead. Stand and pass the
Knowing that King Louis himself was on the field, Henry saw his chance to put England's claim to Normandy beyond doubt.
It is seat.
What the fish, sir? Understood. Ik schule fascineert dat. Dat schule bij je tent.
Hier wat Garwigan met mij.
Yes.
Yes, sir?
And you work it. What's it is to done? Yes, sir? Where's the holler? And you work it. What's the face? Ain't you working?
Strelabora, site.
Yaru to work.
Ik ga je op jezelf.
Strelabora, Yaru.
Yes, sir. West through Hala. Each a willa Hugh would do.
What's the Yaru to work?
Flamboga.
That schule bij je tent, Brad. Work in day on Akerham.
Strele Fuse.
And you work it.
Flamboga Arod.
What's their face, eh?
Abuga Strelboren.
Vin
Beeldet
Hester.
mee.
Ga!
Strelboren, Yaru.
Eat your willa.
Beeldet mee.
What's the face? What's the face? Gadriente Voodoo.
And your worker. Each timber.
Where's the water? And you work it. Each timber and you work it. Each you work it.
Eradon. Yes, sir. West through Hala.
Faradon. Faradon. Garwigan.
Each will.
What's their face, eh? Yaru to work. That shoelace.
What, Hessa?
And your worker. Each timber face. Waya Werta.
Nu, Tulkes, set it. At mina word. Ferre. Fourth warde Frenkes. Mit Balvenes.
Yarrow to work. Each timber Theos. Yes, sir. Where's the water? Yes, sir. Where's the water? Yes, sir, Delphi. What's the 50? Each will a Delphi.
On your worker. Yes, sir. West through Hala. Puntiende. Go. Yes, sir. West through Hala. Cadriende would do.
On your worker. Each one by itself, yes, sir. Where's the holler? Each a will a human. Yarrow to work. That's surely by what surface, eh? Each a worker.
What surface, eh? Yarrow to work. Here on surface, eh? Each a worker.
What surface, eh? Each timber thing.
Reader Yaru. Each will read on.
Building done. Keep looking good.
See the hastings. See they to what needeth be undone. Day that Rita knew.
You're ready to done some work.
See they to worker.
Well, then they that
Rita, what needeth worker? It will have the
see they to worker.
Ich habe found the foe!
He could build that for day.
See they to worker. Ik hou to Delvin. You're to done some worker. Delvin is mean.
Arita, what needeth worker? Delphin, what needeth be undone? Ik have to Delvin.
See they to worker. Ik he'll go and flock of. See they to worker. Brooker Hun. Yare to don some worker. Wooder is no.
What needeth be undone? Flock end they wood, so that.
needeth worker? Delphing to do. What needeth they undone? Delphing to do.
Scouter, you ready to go end my duty? Ridendus wahed.
What wilt thou?
Yetteth he ready for Hestus? Fourth warde freckes.
Kuseri saddled, I ham on the fara. I'll do that. Het will the beodon. Do wende mi duty. Vol wende the hesta. Ridende forth. I'll do that. Ridende su ahead. Elder Ned, stirende nu.
Average thing is a deter. Orchards!
Boon to hear. Ishil anon.
There, Sweden, there, Siertende! Kriten, stand in the yard! Give it surrender! Fire, Sia is leader!
Ich be boon to hear.
To work, eh? I'll build a that for thee. Build end a that Rita new.
Look a jou be ready, freckes.
Give me hest, verende suahet.
Hestes cometh. It is seeker for actors.
It will.
Thine Hester, me way is clear.
Sergeant, we are still a day.
With a shulichka. Het wel beodon. Ridende suahet. Vol wende the hesta. Het wel beodon. Vol wende the hesta.
Look a jou be ready, freckes.
Yeah, it's understood that.
Nu, Tulkes, setteth jou, adente to servant. Ut readeth nu, Tulkes. Servants. It's libe to hear it. He shall lay it.
See they to work.
Hearkeneth aller.
It is seeker for actors.
Everything is a
King Henry's men struck at the French forces and recaptured the town.
Forward de Frankers, mit Baldenes.
Siege to Hestes.
Nah, tell thing to do.
Get thee ready for his shall lady.
Yare to don some worker. Delfende is mean leaf. On min way.
Unwilling to let the English retake their Norman holdings, King Louis sent a counterattack to raise the recaptured town.
Be ready for Hestes. To win the hit. Ongen Yare for Seizure in Jiren de Hesta. On Flavones. Yay. Good.
It is Caesar for Actus.
Seizure in Yard.
Arita, what needeth worker? I'll build that for thee. Every charn and 10 dead. Ik ham to Delden.
Get thee ready for Hestes.
What needeth be undone? Delfende is mean leaf.
Thine Hester. Så är bed.
What needeth be undone?
Oh, hello. Here. Yes. It's good. It's everything I expected. I was hoping for
build
and
that
more.
for thee.
It's really, really good. It's seriously good. Yes, do. Go. Buy it. Now. It's great. It's really good. Like, it's not just a reskin of Age of Empires 2. Like, it looks like it's a reskin of Age of Empires 2, like an upgraded version, but it's really, really much more than that. I'm really impressed.
CC to work,
yeah? I really like it. I'm really happy. Like, yeah, like, look at the remember the old walls? Like, actually, apparently, you can garrison people on the new walls. Let's try.
Build Ende that Rita new.
And that's something that you know, would have been nice in the original game.
It kill Harry that he
Like
building
that
a nom.
big stone walls that where I can put people on top of.
Build Ende that Rita new.
I'm loving it.
It kill build that for they.
It's everything expected that I was hoping for and more. And look, these stone wall towers they actually go on these stone walls. I have to wait for them to be built, but look at that. I'm so happy. I'm really, really happy. Yeah, and these siege and you need siege towers to put to attack people on the wall, or just use your battering ram and smash your way through. But you can use a siege tower. Like, it's not just an assault building anymore. It's actually functional as, you know, an actual. You used to. Age of Empires 2, siege towers used to fire bolts, giant bolts at enemy buildings and enemies. And in this one, they actually function as siege towers. Should function. And there's ambush mechanics. If you put infantry on the cavalry, no, archers. There you go. On the hill, that will increase their vision range, and it will increase their just range in general. And you can hide them in forest to make to create an ambush. It's super cool. I'm really happy.
What needeth they undone? It kill build that for they.
I mean, there are still some parts that are a bit derpy, like the original Age of Empires 2. Like pathfinding, it can be a bit wonky sometimes. But, you know, overall, I'm not going to complain. It's a great game. I'm really happy. You can make scouts like this scout. You can make him from the town hall. Oh yeah, definitely. I've played every single Age of Empires. I think Age of Empires 2 was the first game I've ever played on PC. Actually, it might have been the Age of Mythology. I can't remember. Just either Mythology or Empires 2. But yeah. And I'm currently doing the campaign, and the campaign is very good. It's essentially a bit like a tutorial, but it's really well done. It doesn't really hold your hand as much as some tutorials do. It just, yeah, I'm happy. Yeah, there's honestly, I don't have anything to complain about. I'm a big fan of Age of Empires. Like, pretty sure. Age of Empires 3. Age of Empires 2 and Age of Mythology. Age of Empires 3 with the expansion pack. Don't know why I have it twice, but sure. I'm a big fan. Yeah, something like that. I mean, it really shows. They have upgraded Like, they didn't just go, oh, we'll just create the new Age of Empires game. They actually took in the new, you know, they didn't just reskin the old one. They really, out with the old, in with the new kind of thing.
You're ready to done some work.
And I suppose it's all the fanboys.
You can have it that he built them and
no, it's their problem. Honestly, because I'm a big fanboy and
what
I like
made it work?
So, look at that. Where am I going to put this tower?
Till then they that right to know.
What needeth be undone? It will have that he building anon.
See they to work. Equal building that for day.
See they to work, Building they that Rita new. Yare to done some work.
Let's put the stone to good use.
It will build they that for day. See they to work. Building they that Rita new.
Oh yes, definitely. The reseeding farms, my god, we don't need to do that. I was looking at the mechanics, I don't know why there's a plus on top, but I don't care why there's a plus. We don't need to reseed farms, that is a great improvement, I agree. I don't like the fact that you have to set up normal catapults, you don't have trebuchets, at least I haven't seen them yet. But you have to set up catapults, and you can't just pre-set them up, you have to wait until there's an enemy for them to set up, that's annoying. Maybe just an upgrade or something later on, but not a fan of that mechanic. But that's the only thing that I've found so far. Like, I've only been playing it for 3.5 hours.
This shula who do they, mate?
And Sealy E. Seeth to Hestes. Ik am to Delvin. Arita, what needeth worker? Building anon.
Oh yes, definitely. I love turtling. Like, turtling is my favorite strategy. I hate. One thing I really hate is when our quest like, hey, you have 25 minutes to do this. It's like, no, I don't want to rush. Let me do my thing. Like, that's absolutely what I'm doing right now. I'm turtling the hell out of this. Building stone walls, you know, reinforcing.
See thing to work,
Harkeneth alla.
Okay,
see to Hestes, Wuda is noteful matera.
Let's go
then did that right to know
this area.
Scouter, you ready to read?
What needeth be undone? It will have that he building anon. Building they that Rita new.
Well, I mean, people on the internet will always be people on the internet who will find something to cry about everything. But honestly, I don't see anything that it can be honestly be worried about. It's a great game. I have, as I just showed, I have every Age of Empires except for the first one, and I have nothing to complain about. I was worried that they would just do, you know, fan service, but it's more than just fan service. It's the legit game. Faction balance? Well, I'm playing the campaign, so I haven't really experienced that yet.
Elder Ned, stirende nu, ridende forth. Ich am on the fara.
I mean, the original game, yeah, you were...
Ich am on the fara.
Well, the original game, you didn't really have faction balance because each faction had their own things that made them individual and unique. But I agree that they could maybe be faction. It depends on how they balanced the faction-specific units, if they kept that mechanic.
Give me Hestes, Elder Ned. Stirende nu.
If they kept the mechanic of, hey, English get really good longbows and all that, maybe, I don't know, maybe that's unbalanced, but other than that, I haven't seen that yet.
Elder Ned, Stirende nu. I'll do that.
What needeth be undone?
Okay, temporary close. I can't do temporary close. What's noise?
Rita, what needeth worker? Flokende voodoo.
What needeth be undone?
Yare to don some worker. What needeth be undone? I'll build that for thee. See thee to worker.
Look, she's on the wall. She's on top of the wall. This is amazing. I'm happy. I'm very happy.
Coaster saddled, it will be done. Ich am on the fara.
And one thing that some people might complain about for some reason, but I don't really see if they do that, it's just to complain. It's look, archers can have a special bit, like some units have special abilities, like archers can place paulings, which are basically big spikes that are anti-cavalry. So if you charge the archers when they have managed to set up in position, you're in trouble. Another thing is that infantry can create battering rams and siege towers without having to build a building. So that's people might complain about that. I don't know. Also, one thing I really like: hero units. Yes, there are hero units in the campaign, but they took from Age of Empires 3 that the hero units don't die permanently. Like it's not you failed the entire campaign because your this really hard campaign mission because your hero unit died. If the hero unit died, it's like the hero in Empire. It's like the Explorer in Age of Empires 3. He falls in combat and then you have to go res him essentially. I like that. It's just the same mechanic as
to servant.
Age of Empires 3.
Rita,
and because it's the same mechanic as 3, I guess they people won't be too upset about it, hopefully. Did I already build an arsenal? I think I already have one. No, that's a siege.
Yare to don some worker.
Let's put an arsenal here. No, here.
I'll build that for thee.
One thing I really like, when buildings are destroyed, well, now I'm deleting it, but when the buildings are destroyed, they leave an imprint until you build something on top. But look, the gate, you can still see where the gate was. I like that. I'm just very happy with this game.
Buildende that Rita nu.
Look at you be ready, Freckis.
Okay, let's march. That's basically all my stones gone. They're going in for the tower and out. That finding is a bit daunting, but this sense. But you know, I'm happy with it.
All is with.
Yeah, that was a house a second ago. And look, there's the imprint. So chimney. I like that. It really shows war damage instead of just the building despawning. When you kill units, they like deflate all of it, like it's a bit of a ragdoll.
But read it through, Tulkas. Duje is not good dead.
Der Sweden will stay attended!
With the border towns recaptured, King Henry's claim to Normandy faced only one more obstacle: King Louis and his army. In the humble peasants' fields of Bremule, two kings would settle their claim to Normandy.
Harlinus liters we went.
Every charm and tender.
Okay, I'm out of stone, so let's build this wall out of wood.
He'll have that he building anon. He'll have that he building anon. He'll build that for they.
And also look at how they build the walls. Like there's actually, you see them building it piece by piece. Although, they're there.
Nu, Tulkas, sich livet hier. At mina word färre. Certes. At mina word färre. I shall leda ja. Fort warde fräckes, mit baldenes. Ut ridet nu, Tulkas. Warde fräckes, mit baldenes.
Hearkeneth aller. He'll build that for they. Build that Rita new.
Look a jou be boon to hear. That well be done.
See fate a worker. Wooda is noteful matera. See fate a worker.
Arita, what needeth work? Geteth the shrinking town folk.
He'll go on flock of wood.
What needeth be undone? He'll have that he building anon. He'll have that he building anon. See fate a worker. ende voodoo swo het. Build ende that Rita nu. Jare to don some worker. Ik he'll go and flock a wood.
Get thee ready for Hestes. Read it nu, Tulkis. We shall lay the young. Andente to serve. But mean a word.
Quam of serpent shatter.
Men av armes a gretter på stor.
Hestes and not Norman.
Aye.
It is Sita for actors.
Yahweh shatter. Suer they het. Have mi bow, Berende. Kieret Hestes, Asteriath, Rate Arwaymen. Heriende Hestes nu.
Nu, Tulkis, set it young. Look for your be ready, Freckis. It's live to hear it.
Dresset jou Arwaymen. Hestes and not what can do.
Nu, Tulkis, set it young.
Boy, is it moving? Foliende Hestes.
It is Sita for shall lay the young.
Yahweh shed and sweet. Yes, sir.
Get thee ready for Hestes.
To work. Bay off yarn to Hester's toon folk. Flock ende voodoo swo het.
Far from home, but rallied by their king, the English army forced a French surrender and put King Louis and his knights to flight. With the impromptu battle ending in resounding victory for the English, King Henry had secured his ancestral lands under the English crown. Norman domination over England was marked by their imposing castles and new laws. But one passion of theirs also impacted the land: hunting. The Norman nobility, both men and women, shared a love of hunting with birds of prey. To preserve their hunting grounds, they took ownership of the land and outlawed hunting by commoners. Falcons hunt by flying to a great height, then dive-bombing their prey. They are kept hunting fit, using a lure, a pad of leather with bait attached. This prepared them for catching their prey, usually other birds such as rooks and pheasants. While out hunting, a falcon might give chase to its prey far from the party. So, riders would follow them cross-country on horseback to witness the action. After a falcon had caught its prey, it was fed and would not fly again that day. This meant many birds had to be taken on a hunt to keep the nobility entertained. Rather than falcons being carried on horseback, which would jostle them, they were transported on a frame called a cadge. Although falconry was a horseman's sport, hawking was enjoyed on foot. Hawks, unlike falcons, have broad wings and hunt by following their prey in straight flight, often low to the ground, through woodland. Hunting by sight, a falcon's vision is highly developed. When not hunting, they were kept calm by putting on a leather hood. The darkness stopped them becoming overstimulated and restless. Lords of the sky, controlled by the lords of the land. Falcons and hawks were symbols of power and status. They were central to Norman identity.
Louis VI was the beloved king of France, bright and valiant from a young age. He possessed a fierce sense of duty to the kingdom, but his reign was marred with regular assaults from his own barons. Time and again, they attacked his land, and each time Louis defeated them, earning him the moniker of Louis the Fighter. After years of faulted resistance, the nobles accepted Louis as king and united under him against the English invaders. In his later years, Louis indulged in the pleasures of food and wine, and despite his reputation as a warrior king, he became known as another nickname, Louis the Fat. He is still remembered fondly as a king who defended the poor and the pious, who, against the odds, united a country in turmoil.
After England defeated the French at the Battle of Bremule, Normandy was back in King Henry's hands. But 1 year later, his good fortune turned to tragedy. In 1120, his son and heir William Adelin died in a shipwreck. The future of Henry I's kingdom was in jeopardy. Henry desperately needed a new heir. With no legitimate sons left alive, he broke with tradition and chose his daughter, Matilda. Henry forced his barons to swear an oath to accept Matilda as queen. But when the king died, they broke their promise. England would not be ruled by a woman. Matilda's cousin Stephen saw his chance and claimed the throne. The crisis moved to the capital. At Westminster Abbey, Stephen was crowned king, but Matilda wanted what was hers. She was also lining up powerful supporters who would fight Stephen for her right to rule. Their conflict engulfed England in civil war. Fighting raged throughout the land. In 1141, everything focused on one of the kingdom's most strategic cities, Lincoln. Matilda's allies had commandeered the castle. But King Stephen was determined to take it back. He besieged the castle. Stalemate. As dawn broke on February the 2nd, everything was about to change. Matilda's half-brother, Robert of Gloucester, raced to break the siege. As Robert's forces approached Lincoln, Stephen's army turned away from the castle to face them. Robert could win Matilda the crown, but only if his army could win the day.
Alright, be right back. I'm just gonna go get my pack of Skittles. Be right back. Right.
Robert of Gloucester's forces approached Lincoln. Their task, to liberate the castle from King Stephen's siege. While behind Lincoln's walls, troops loyal to Matilda held the castle for the Empress. First, Robert's forces would stage an ambush to prevent enemy reinforcements from joining with King Stephen's army.
Scouter, Here we for blood on ball. It's for the finesse. Curse is saddle. Scouter, you ready? I'll do that. Give me Hestus. Scouters, you ready for Hestus? Curse is saddle. Scouter, you ready? Head where the mail dawn. What beath in Heston? Give me Hestus. Redendus wide. With a shulage, follow under the Hester. Scouter, ready to read. Go and any duty. Send them at the Minawakis. Each obey than his. With a shulage go. Curse is on and well built.
Robert's men concealed themselves in a sheltered grove and lay in wait for the enemy.
What will thou?
Vendors! Isena nearby!
Give me, I'll do that. Don't end any duty. Send them at the Minawakis.
Sail the boat!
Suez, what beath in
Avoid them!
Robert defeated the first column of Stephen's reinforcements, but he knew more were on the way.
Scouter, Redendus one.
Jonas, ja, ich obey thine S.
Ich Suez, ich tu was du hättest. Ich obey thine Hess. have we found the foe?
Hier we van bloed ontbaal. Ich obey dein Hess.
Bandits! Die Sonnen is me!
We have a direction!
With more of Stephen's reinforcements eliminated, Robert was steadily undermining the siege.
Send them at them in a wekkes. Ich tue so as du hättest. Ich fortsätt in Hess. Ich fortsätt in Hess.
Ich habe found the foe!
Wat bergen hesten?
Give me Hestus. Each the foe! We have a Don't tell me to take!
Robert's men decimated King Stephen's reinforcements and were poised to break the siege. Continuing the push towards Lincoln, Robert sent in a large company of reinforcements to aid his vanguard. To further weaken the siege, Robert would need to cut off Stephen's supplies. He targeted the nearby market town.
Tresset jou Harway, man.
Yes, will. Köpet uppe!
Ik kan det du. Här är det hästes nu. And Sweden, yes.
Cause, a large group of knights arrived at Lincoln to bolster Robert's army. With the market town in ruins, King Stephen's supplies began to dwindle. Robert received word that Welsh troops under Matilda's banner were en route to join forces with him. But King Stephen had the roads to Lincoln heavily guarded, And the route was not without risk, even for the hardy Welshmen.
Freckes haken.
Ut readeth nu, Tullius. Certes.
Making their way to Lincoln, Matilda's Welsh allies were ambushed by the king's soldiers. Robert's men would need to aid the Welsh if they wanted their help in breaking the siege. Joining forces on the road to Lincoln, Matilda's allied troops made for the castle to lift the siege.
All is with you. He shall lay down. Duty is none but dead. Ut readeth nu, Tullius.
Give me Esther, so ende mi duty.
Nu, Tullius, sforth wante freckers, mit baldenes. But me no word.
Scouter, I recket well the beodo.
It is Caesar for actors.
Wider shul each gar. Verende suahet. Ridende fort. Cosa I saddle, Scouter I ready. And the net, Ridende.
Nu, Tullius, but me no word, feather. He shall lay down. Ut readeth nu, Tullius. Forth wante freckers, mit baldenes.
Scouter I ready to read. I camonte para.
It is Caesar for actors. But me no word.
Robert's forces spotted a large detachment of Stephen's soldiers guarding the castle gates. If they hoped to liberate Lincoln, they would need to break the blockade and rout the army. Robert's forces scattered the king's army, leaving the gates to the castle unguarded.
Follow the Hester. I'll do that. Het well the beodon.
Robert's men finally united with Lincoln's garrison. They could now use the castle to strengthen their army. To lift the siege, they needed to destroy the enemy camps surrounding the castle.
Get thee ready for Hestes. Ut readeth nu, Turgis. Fourth ward de Frankers.
See they to worker. Charles Winker, what needeth be undone?
It is Sita for actors.
Hestes cometh. Glidande ne hurtus no never down.
Yare to done some work here. You then did that, read them? See they to work here. You go have that.
What needeth be undone? Ich'll build that for they.
Wider Schule Ichka. Ridendes Wahed. Ridendes Wahed.
Get thee ready for Hestes. Alles with.
Men av armes er krettet på stor.
Hestes cometh, arwaymen. Steppeth to it, arwaymen. Foliende Hestes.
Wave and Shatan!
Shit.
Astilia! Rampe, Harwaymen! Shatan!
Beoth leapily on the stirreth. Sewers they had.
Unde Harway Rash!
And sweet the yes, sir. Sewers they had. Heriende Hestes nu. And sweet the yes, sir.
Keep it on Marcus Boatman! Wayland Marcus Harwaymen!
It's the
hestes nu! Sköten! Keeper or Marcus Moorman! Wayland Marcus Arwinen! Stefan Two-Hit Arwinen! Suet their heads! Keeper or Marcus Moorman! Beneficere und das Biere! Wave and Shelton! Up there, Bennett, Arway man! It can they do! Vollende Hestes! Beneficere und das Biere! Vollende Hestes! Vollende Hestes!
Scouters, I saddled upp. Het welle be done.
Hestesen uppnäd bereth, Arway men. Boa is. Yahweh Shet. Kiereth Hestes.
See they to work. If you're having that building a lot. Arita, what needeth worker?
Intendeth flex. Alexander and Arwenas! Shitende, Suahead! Hestes and Oldborn and Sweeter, yes sir! Yahweh Sherman! Heriende Hestes nu! Speramen! Swat thy head! Alrita! Hestes and Oldborn! Asteriat, Rathe Arwaymen! Steppeth to it, Arway.
Scouters, ready to read. Readeth al Salmon, Scouters. Scouters, readeth Uta.
Kiereth Hestes, I can do. Bale sleepily on the stairs. Stand back to me, highwayman! Ordnay and belly, highwayman! Wailing Marcus, highwayman! Ordnay, highwayman! Ordnay and belly, highwayman! Keepeth over Marcus, bowman. Wailing Marcus, highwayman!
Matilda's forces struck hard, destroying one of King Stephen's siege camps.
Sword their heads!
To worker.
Hey, over it, John. Intended.
What needeth be undone? Arita, what needeth worker? What needeth be undone? Reaper railings are...
Arita, what needeth worker?
Dull thing to do.
Estes cometh al Suisse, yes. Estes cometh, Arwaymen. While serveth Chapter. Boa is Iboon.
You're ready to done some work now. Ikill again on the Reaper railings. No, what needeth they undone? Build they that for they.
Boa is Heriende Hestes nu. Hestes en oddborren. Jeppe mer
Richard Yara. Battering him, be honest.
It's in Shetendeus!
Hold the hand with us! Hold the
King Stephen's army dwindled as Matilda's forces struck down another siege camp.
Dresset jou, Arwayman. It on the stonda. Asterias, Rate Arwayman.
Oh, that's neat. I learned about the pathfinding earlier, but actually it's quite good.
Each Arway hitter, shit. Pierre Estes. He can't do. Marcus Arwayman. Each underscorer. Astinia. Rate Arwayman. Heriende Estes nu. Shelter and sweeter, yes, sir. He can't do. Better liefere understire. Dresset jou, Arwayman. Uppnämnd better, Arwayman. Keep it, order Marcus Foreman. Suende Martin in Lender. Uppnämnd better, Arwayman. Bail sleepily, understeer. Wave and shelter. Hestes and on, Mormon.
The king's army was scattered, and those who didn't fall fled. King Stephen was spotted, shielded by his men. To end the siege, Matilda's forces needed to capture Stephen and rout his army.
And sweeter, yes. It can do. Each wins. Step into it, Arwayman. Marcus Arwayman! Step into it, Arwayman! Yeah, Estes!
Matilda's men closed in and finally captured King Stephen. Matilda's forces had won the battle at Lincoln. But the fight for the crown was not over yet. After England defeated the French at the Battle of Bremule, Normandy was back in King Henry's hands. But 1 year later, his good fortune turned to tragedy. A counterweight trebuchet was the king of all siege engines, a catapult capable of smashing down castle walls from great distances. At Warwick Castle in England, they've built a replica, one of the largest in the world. Originating in 7th century China, by the 13th century, trebuchets had evolved into devastatingly powerful weapons.
Such a simple design, but so effective.
It has several key features. A pivoted arm with a weight at one end, and a sling to hold the projectile at the other. To prime, the 6-ton weight is raised using tread wheels.
So this is one of the wheels, one of two that's attached to an axle, which would lift the counterweight, weighing 6 tons. It's based on muscle power alone. What's essential about launching a projectile as far as possible is making sure that this end of the arm is moving as fast as possible. So once that weight drops, it really sends this point of the arm moving at its highest velocity.
This was done by positioning the pivot close to the counterweight and by launching the projectile from a sling. When released, the sling whips round, vastly increasing the launch speed. Trebuchets were carefully aimed, like modern guns.
In order to weaken the castle walls or even breach them, you had to make sure that the projectiles hit the same spot every single time.
For each projectile to follow the same trajectory, they all had to be the same weight and shape. To achieve this, masons used a gauge.
Now I'm going to load this projectile into the sling. Oh, this one must weigh about 25 kilograms, but some projectiles can get up to 150 kilograms. That's the weight of 2 men.
Trebuchets were also used to throw burning tar, beehives, even dead bodies. Anything to cause maximum distress to the enemy.
Did you hear that whoosh?
It was the counterweight trebuchet's lethal combination of power and accuracy that made it the ultimate medieval siege weapon.
In the deep winter of 1142, the Empress Matilda, facing capture by her rival King Stephen, was forced to make a daring flight from the tower of Oxford Castle. On the cover of night, she descended the tower's wall by rope, aided by a few loyal soldiers. Finding the gaps in Stephen's dwindling siege forces, the group fled unseen, with Matilda wearing white for cover against the snow. Oh! Crossing the frozen River Thames, Matilda then trudged miles through the heavy snow before finding a refuge in her stronghold of Wallingford. Shortly after her escape, she slipped away to her court at Rouen, where she was free to plan the next phase of her challenge for English throne.
Victory over King Stephen at Lincoln gave Matilda the upper hand in her fight for the English crown. But in the years that followed, fragile loyalties shifted, and under threat of capture, Matilda was forced to retreat. As her holdings in England came under attack from the king's army, it fell to her son Henry to keep Matilda's claim to the throne alive. Inside the strong stone walls of the castle at Wallingford, Matilda's men held firm against a brutal siege by forces loyal to King Stephen. King Stephen's army had constructed a fortified perimeter outside the castle, trapping Matilda's men inside. However, reinforcements were on the way from Matilda's son Henry. Her forces needed to hold the walls until they arrived.
All right, then. What days it work?
See things Yare to Don. Blockende Woodoo Swow Hat.
Technology, there you go.
Readers, is set on ready. Each follow-away Hesters. Readers, Vestas Banner. That will be undone.
What needed be undone?
Hoping to claim Wallingford, King Stephen's siege forces launched a renewed attack on the castle.
Hestes cometh Arwen and Heriende Hestes nu. Hestes and on Boeman, Bale sleepily on the stairs. Yeah.
What needed be undone? See they to work. Reaper railings are an ongoing. Yare to done some work. Till then they that written.
Yahweh Shet, Boa is the bow of Sua is said.
See things to work. Railings are not going. If you like game on the railings
Hoping to crack the mighty stone walls of Wallingford, King Stephen's forces launched another attack.
Boa is
what they do work.
Freederes. Ik'll do that. Yahweh shet. Hestes cometh, Arwemen.
Matilda's forces held firm against the attack, cutting down the enemy soldiers.
Let us Freeden Steckele! Hoppet and Hamreaders!
Ich Polway Hestes! Estes Spade Tulkas!
Site Corridon!
Kiera Hestes! Sweet, yes.
She take the worker.
That building will be ripped around and on.
Matilda's forces repelled the attack and held the castle.
That building will be ripped around and on.
What needeth be undone? He'll build that for thee.
Hestes and on, Boermen. Foliende Hestes. Dresseth jou Arwaymen. Asteriath, Rathe Arwaymen.
To work at.
Quite of servant shed.
What needeth be undone? You they did that great to know.
Jonas Jarik, it's so
Arita, what needeth worker? Delphing to do.
Yarik has done some work then. Servant and charge,
Matilda's forces received word that Henry's troops were getting closer to Wallingford. Soon the combined numbers of the two armies could tip the scales in their favour.
What needeth be undone? You're ready to done some work. Ye can have it that he building and all.
At last, Henry's reinforcements approached Wallingford.
Certes.
United under Matilda's banner, the two armies were ready to engage Stephen's forces.
At me no word. Fenneth. Fourth one defenders. Mid Yet to be ready for Hestus.
Reader is erect.
Henry and Matilda's forces struck out at the besieging army, weakening the enemy's hold on Wallingford's perimeter.
He'll do that for them.
What day this work? Equal active on the commanders no. Here, Hestus. Hestus and all men. Yeah, we can on some work. Reparallels are not going.
It is Sitha who readeth new, Julius. At me no word, Fenneth. He shall lay thee down.
The enemy line wavered as Matilda's forces cut down the besieging army, clearing another section of the blockade.
Fourth one defenders. Mid Balmenes. Ut readeth new, Tulkis. At me no word, Fenneth. He shall lay thee down.
Men of armies, each to a sword to haste.
Look at be a theory. Now for dead. On the switch. It's live to hear it.
See, take the worker.
Get to be ready for Hestus. And then to Sweden!
Eagle Harbour that he built and on.
It is Sitha for certes. Swithen! Ich liebe to hear it.
Hästes en onbomen. Al Suisse, yes. Hästes kommet arvemen. Suethe het. Dresset jou arvemen. Asterias, brate arvemen.
Nu, Tulkes, ut rideth nu, Tulkes. Fortvarde, Freckes, mit Baldenes. Non shall life.
Uste Tulkes? Hästes en onbomen.
Alita, what day this worker? Higgeland gain of the ripper railings no.
Hieres, has it can't do.
We would shield us! Look at you ready, Freckes.
That building will be
See thee to worker. Reaper railings on.
See they to worker. Reaper railings are an see they to worker. Higgeland gain of the ripper
Matilda's forces overwhelmed the enemy and cleared the castle's perimeter.
Alita, what day this worker? They can build that for that.
Get thee ready for Heston.
See they to worker.
See they to worker. Building they that beat. What day this way on door? They that break it.
Hästes en on, upp den bäret arvemen. Dresset jou arvemen. Upp den bäret.
The joint forces of Matilda and Henry had thwarted King Stephen's siege of the strategic castle at Wallingford. After over a decade of conflict, Matilda's claim to the throne was still alive.
When King Stephen died, Matilda's son, Henry, ascended the throne of England. He became the first king to rule over what is now known as the Angevin Empire. Henry was an active and ambitious ruler, determined to expand and protect the heart of his empire. He personally traveled the extent of his land, making deals, crushing rebellions, and annexing new territory. Henry acted so swiftly and with such audacity that the King of France described him as seeming rather to fly than to go by horse or ship. Just as Henry's ancestors had struggled to maintain their power, so the Angevin kings would rule for only 2 more generations before the empire fractured, once again leading England to war.
At Wallingford, in the shadow of the castle, Matilda's faction, commanded by her son Henry, proved it was still willing to fight King Stephen for the crown. But after 15 years of conflict, both sides had had enough. So, they made a deal. Matilda would surrender her claim to the throne on condition that when Stephen died, her eldest living son Henry would succeed him. A year later, he was crowned King Henry II and proceeded to grow the kingdom into the mighty Angevin Empire. But, once again, what the king had spent his life building, his own children were destined to destroy. King Henry II had 4 surviving legitimate sons, and he planned to divide up his kingdom between them. But they fought bitterly for dominance. Against the odds, Henry's youngest son John became king. But King John was deeply unpopular. He lost huge swathes of the Angevin Empire gained by his father, then failed to reclaim them in expensive battles. Paid for by taxing his subjects. Eventually, England's barons could take it no more. They forced John to agree to a charter that restricted his power. The Magna Carta. But he went against his word. Furious, they rebelled, inviting Prince Louis of France to invade England. In 1216, Louis sailed to Dover and set his sights on taking this. Dover Castle. Held by forces loyal to King John, it was commanded by Hubert de Burgh. He described the castle as the key to England. He was right. If it fell to the French, so would the kingdom.
Last campaign, and then I call it for the night. been there.
Asked to invade by the rebel barons, Prince Louis's French army launched an assault on the castle at Dover. Opening a crack in the outer defences, the invading forces charged the castle walls. The garrison at Dover would meet the French with clenched fists and an iron will. Dover could not fall. Commander Hubert de Burgh rallied his men to hold back the French and defend the castle.
See to work,
See thee to work, build ende that what needeth be undone. Ich will build that arita what needeth work.
This shoe.
Yare to done some work. Delping to do.
Wave and shape
While the castle's garrison thwarted the first French attack and prepared for a second, a new resistance force was building in the English countryside. A skilled bowman and fierce patriot, known as Willikin of the Weald, began to muster a resistance to the French invasion. Determined to keep the crown in King John's hands, Willikin would rally every available archer to the cause.
Hestes cometh, Arwe men. Uppnen färre, Arwe men. Al Suiza, yes. Hiereth Hestes. Heriende Hestes nu.
Readers, are you ready for Hestes?
Hestes en on, boemen. Ik kan het doen.
Habit and shove our way.
Boy, Isimun. Dresset jou, Arwe. Arita. Heriende Hestes nu.
What needeth be undone? Yari to Chapin.
With his bowmen assembled, Willikin planned to ambush the French siege engines on their way to the enemy camp.
Hestes en on. Hiereth Hestes.
up sleepily on the stairs.
What needeth be undone? That building will be reparailed.
Lower is Ibun. Yahweh shattered. Steppeth to it, Arway man. Dresseth Yah, Arway man. Foliente Hesters. Hestes come suas they had. Asterias, brate Arway men. Steppeth to it, Arway men. Asterias, brate Arway men. Upnen ferret Arway men. Icanadu. And Sweeth, yes. Foliende Hestes. Sua they had. And Sweeter, yes sir. Hestes cometh, Arway men. Sueth they had.
What needeth be undone? Well, then they that's right to know.
For they off. Let it read in, Stecherin.
What needeth be undone? You're right to done some work, eh? You go have me that he building it.
every charn, and 10 death. Chevon, stay off market. Day Shafarway.
Well, where then?
Going to ship and eh?
Observe at Sherton. Al Suiza, yes. Voliente Hestes. It can do.
Willikin's resistance force continued to grow, adding more skilled men to its ranks.
Voliente Hestes. Fusse Tolkens. Heriende Hestes. Dressefjärn! Ondifotas! Better! Al Suiza, yes. Heriende Hestes! Intendeth Freckles.
The way is clear.
Freckles hearken. Nu Hestes. Hestes and on, Norman! Yeah, man, I kinda do. Freckles hearken. Nu Hestes. Unde Haveras! Take Dwindlet! Bella! Foliende Hestes.
See they to work at. See they to work at. Arita, what needeth worker? Till then they that great to know.
The French launched a renewed attack on the castle. But thanks to Willikin's ambush force, the enemy had been greatly weakened.
Dwindlet, Dereth. Wave and shake! Turn of arms, Battering! Stand up to the mules! Stricken the Duntic Four!
With Willikin's archers weakening the siege from outside the castle, the garrison at Dover repelled the French attack. Willikin ordered his archers to resume their strikes on the French reinforcements.
Fuste Tulkas, Hestes. Glidande ner hurteth no one never redown. Ontifotas, Fereth. Nuthan, cometh on. Ik kan het doen. Zo het hij hette.
See they to work.
Harken up, Aller.
You can have that he building it on. See they to work. What needed be undone?
Listen, get highwaymen! Each sparky with a cannon do! Nuthan, cometh on!
What needeth be undone? Ekel and Geen on the ripper railings now.
Hestes and on, Mormon! It's in Chetende! Glenande near Hunter's door, never a doubt! Glenande near Hunter's door, never a doubt! Wow, observe at Shatton. At Switha, yes, sir.
You're right to done some work. Ekel build they that for thee.
Boa is Ibun. Hestes cometh. Sueth he het. Nuthan, cometh on. Glidande ne hurteth no one near at all. Sinjetende muniende Hestes! And sweet yes, Nina! Heriende Hestes nu. Each is Miller.
What needeth work? You'll then need that right to know.
Intendeth Freckers. Freckes haken, nu hestes.
Chevon speelt maken. See they to work. They that for that.
Willikin's archers had decimated the French reinforcements. But undeterred, the French mustered what troops they could and launched another attack on the castle. The hardy English garrison held fast, refusing to let the castle fall to the French invaders. Willikin rallied his archers to continue strikes on the weakening French.
Hestes cometh. Sewers ahead. Fuste tulkas, Hestes. Tidwinleth, Bereth. Ontifotas, Bereth. Intendeth, Freckes. Kiere, Hestes.
See they to work. Ik kan hebben naar die velden en op.
Hestes cometh, tid dwindleth, bereth. Glidande ne hurteth nor never down. Freckes haken.
What wilt thou?
Elendish berg.
Yes, ik kill a sturtel building.
Yarway Shatten. Foliende Hestes.
You're ready to done some work here. That building will be reparailed anon.
Dresseth jou Arwayman. Beoth Lipoli on the stirreth. Freckes haken, nu Hestes. Onti fotas, bereth. Hestes cometh, Arwaymen! Smack surrendet!
Jerweth for blood Donbala.
Aye, you cannot build of that.
Entende foliende Hestes. Hestes and on, Moormen. Waileth Marcus, Arwaymen. Astyria! Rathe, Arwaymen! Wave and Shaken! Yemen Hestes! Foliende Hestes! Heliende Hestes! Suet their heads! Up there and better, Arwaymen! He can do! And sweet that gets the of lethally on the serious! Waylon Marcus, Arwaymen! Keep it, or Marcus Moorman! Up there and better, Arwaymen! Keep it, or Marcus Moorman! Step it to it, Arwaymen! Heliende Hestes through! Each Arway hitter, share. Heliende Hestes! Heliende Hestes! Dresset jou, Arwaymen! Beyond us, cheers! Heliende Hestes nu! Astyria! Rathe, Arwaymen! Quiere and sweet the guesser! Up there, Bennett, Arwaymen! Shit!
sweet there, yes, sir.
Uppnäd better. Hästes en oldboven. It can do.
Arita, what needeth worker?
Hästes cometh, arwemen. Al sweet, yes. Heriende hästes du. Al sweet, yes. Foliende hästes. Asteriath, brate arwemen. Suas e het.
Dan stacketh op of thine armors.
What needeth beyond the
Seath to Hestes. Ikil Havi that is building a knock.
Fuste tulkas, Hestes. Nuthan.
What Hestes have they? Ongens a seven?
doing to a header?
What be off in Heston? Yes, sir. Ik kill a sturtel building.
Let it beyond this death share.
Dresseth jou hardway, man. On the stirreth.
Each willa.
The combined grit of the English garrison and Willikin's surprise attacks ensured that Dover hadn't fallen yet. Now the English prepared to repel the final French assault.
Average thing is
Tulkes. Jou knauw hot. Weg natslo. Ga!
Thina munkas a stand. Yes, he's
Urban Shanyara. Mit ditta sjala spirit hem. It's so hard.
He take the worker.
that build orchard.
Understood. Roger, retreat her, Tarina.
Sirs orchards are waiting for us. Sirs orchards. Orchards, not earth! Hit it them hard! One day hit! Yeah! Listen! Sir! Orchards! Sirs Orchards, we are instead of night! Marketh Yana!
The tenacity of Hubert de Burgh's loyal soldiers forced Prince Louis and the rebel barons to abandon their siege at Dover. And thanks to the efforts of Willikin's fearless archers, England remained in King John's hands.
Rising high above Dover's white cliffs stands one of England's largest castles. First built by William the Conqueror to prevent another invasion. Makes sense. It defended England for centuries. Even part of its construction, from its soaring, every part of its constructions, from its soaring watchtower, its overhanging firing platforms, its reinforced keep, deep ditches, and concentric walls, was designed to impress, impose, and stand strong. But in 1216, Dover held back the French siege due to more than just its construction. The castle's commander, Hubert de Burgh, inspired a die-hard English resistance in the face of a full French invasion. His men defended their fortress and their king with unwavering determination. The Bear described the castle as the key to England, and thanks to its design and the tenacity of the garrison, it remained firmly locked. Right, what time is it? Good God, it's almost 2 a.m. Right. Thank you everyone for watching. I don't know when I'll be back. Not tomorrow, because tomorrow Wednesday, that's when I play D&D. Tuesday, maybe. Over normally, from now on, well, this is last week where I'm free on Tuesdays. So maybe Tuesday. But yeah, I've had loads of fun. Like, I'm so impressed by this game. Honestly, it's rare that I say this, but I'm really impressed by this game. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you, I don't know, probably Tuesday. I'm so close though. Okay. Scratch that. We're gonna continue because there's just one more mission to come on.
In the year prior to the defence of Dover, King John's defiance of the Magna Carta had mired England in a rebellion known as the First Barons' War. Across England, barons broke ties with the crown and seized important cities, including Rochester. With his reign under threat, John deployed his forces to retake Rochester and capture the traitors.
Hey, stone walls cannot be breached without siege equipment. That's new, because before a peasant with a torch could destroy a stone wall. So that's good.
King John's men arrived at the outskirts of Rochester, set to retake the castle and drive out the rebel barons within. But Rochester was a formidable fortress that protected the route to London, and the rebel barons were prepared to lay down their lives to hold it. Before King John's men could hope to retake the castle, they would need to reinforce their position by capturing the village of Chatham. The king's men secured Chatham and began preparing for an arduous siege. Rochester's keep was protected by strong stone walls. The king's army would need mighty siege weapons to break through.
they that right to know.
Aggress at your... Way on going, the Tulkas.
What needeth be undone? Over there, on midway.
What will thou? Each will.
Yare to done some work here. Eagle have that ye builden anon. Kempes,
luftet for Hestes.
What needeth be undone? Eagle go on flock of wood. All's ta'en done. Eagle build they that for thee. Arita, what needeth work, eh?
Agrethes for ich hear it that.
Ikil, see they to work, eh? Ikil build they that for thee.
Boon to him. Halinas liters me wine.
What needeth be undone? Build then they that right to know. God swing
attendeth no, Tulkas.
See they to work, eh? Eagle have I that he building it on.
With the Shulichka.
And seal ye building thing. Building done. What needeth be undone? Eagle have I that he building it on.
Ich be boon virtual guidance.
Give on me Hestes. Heldenet. Strendenu. Voluende de Hesta. Ik can't do that.
Lean Hester.
Ja.
Kasse is ridende pot. Ik kan on de fara. Verende so ahead. Ridende pot. Duende mediute. Ridende so ahead.
What needeth be undone?
Arita, what needeth work, eh?
Ikil happy that he building anon. See they to work, eh? Build end they that return.
Yare to done some work, eh?
Scouts that you ready to read. Heldenet.
What needeth be undone?
It's the on the phone! It will not be undone. Redende su ahead. Duende mediute. Ik heb on the para. I can't do that. It will not be undone.
Arita, what needeth worker?
Vindati sede
Flocken, yea, sueth they hatten. Arita, what needeth worker?
See they to work, Mickle build they that for that.
What needeth be undone?
This shula who do they, mate?
Ik he'll build they that for they.
What needeth be undone? Voice in flesh to be upon the
Cursor is saddled. Folwende the Hester.
See thee to work, Build ende that return for ende sue ahead. Yea, tid to wenden. What needeth be undone? Ik he'll build they that for they. Ik he'll habby that he building anon.
With the Shulichka, it will not be undone. I can't do that.
The king's men discovered the farmlands that supplied the rebels at Rochester. If the rebels lost access to the food supplies, some of them would be forced to flee. They had the opportunity to weaken the rebellion by eliminating the castle's supplies.
See they to worker. Ik he'll build they that for they.
Scout that ire, it will not be undone.
Hesters for this reader.
Ich will not. Du wende med jute.
Yare to done some worker. Ik he'll habby that he's building anon. Build ende that return.
Thin Hester.
Reader, away tender Hesters.
What wilt thou?
This shoe.
Alrita.
Yipper may me Hesters.
See they to worker. Balding done. Hit look is good. On min way. Ik ham on min way.
Yipper may me Hesters.
What wilt thou? Me way is clear. I brace it yourself. Yeah, an unread.
Ich understood.
Crossbows yard underway tending.
Swat the head! Yeah, an unread.
Ich bin gut to hear.
Yeah.
Readers, he ready for Hesters.
Half it at him.
Ich follow Hestes. Readeres, beste spade.
Reader, away tender Hestes. Saddled up, one you ready?
Our commander!
Peter talkers!
Ich Paul Hester. Verende, Suehet.
Readeres, he's set on ready. Ziet hij te rieden?
Yare to done some worker.
Jiffe mij meer Hestes.
What will come? I'll return.
Saddled upper.
Verhalera ich understood. Letende Thehali relic. Sua febe.
Reader, away tender Hestes.
Kempes, ernende mina men. Svårfähet. Ja. Beoth Kette, we are in fortgångande. Ernende mina men. Ernende min med. Move it, get us busy. Move it, get us busy.
With the farms alight, King John's chokehold on the rebels was tightening. With supplies critically low, the rebel commander discharged his weakest fighters, hoping to preserve what little food remained. Fearing further descent against his rule, King John ordered safe passage for the surrendered rebels away from Rochester. King John's men discovered that the castle was being resupplied by a stream of traders.
Redende Ronca, Stecheren. That will be all done. I'll return.
Marita, what needed?
Every charn and 10 dead. See they to worker. They'll then be that to noon.
Soon for they off.
Ik'll do that. Let's a Threden, Stecheren. Redende Ronca, Stecheren.
That will be all done.
See they to Reden.
Ik'll do that.
This is a victory! See to Reden!
What needeth be undone? Flock in they wood, swow heads.
Scouts are ready to read. Helden. Sterende nu.
Ridende. Infantry, all the faster I'll die.
Ridende fort. Ja. I. Prende su ahead. Come on the father. Ridende fort.
Readerers is set on ready.
Sail front, then. No Hestus. Yeah, you ready for Hestus?
Commandant, ich entfolie die Hestes.
Yeah, ready for Hestus. Looking forward to working in the world.
The way shall ye to that bay be thee will.
Du haft the Hestus for me.
Destras on chewing upon the beta.
Ah, John. Whither surely reader?
All set. Ready for Hestus. Chivalry on ready, I'll die. Peace anew. Lusted for Hestus. Into the saddle, and be ready.
I'll be here.
Lusten into their raunches.
Hestus. Finger. What Hestus?
Battering is not. Conne be on his shot.
Ready to go. He bore away that this is he builded and he builded well.
No Hestus coming, men.
He awakes me Hestus. What Hestus?
Concourse ready and waiting.
Today.
Chivalry on ready, I'll die.
Prickeren your spores.
Who's it to go? Going there, Beaten on. On the book, Swahen. Reading out, Swan command. Reading out, Swahen. Reading out, Swahen.
Obedience to virtue is wailing.
Yeah. Into the saddle, and he ready. Yes, he read us to ahead.
Obéissance is Medusa.
Prickle at your spurs!
The commander is clear. Brigasaurus, way on reading off. Ronke Opa reader and off redende.
We're being shot at! The commander is clear!
Desirez on chewing a pop.
You read us to ahead. Ich shall obey. Itchin.
Ready to go. If he'll get this building, he build it for thee.
Chivalry on a ready on a die. Equal reader 4. Into the saddle. Onto the saddle, reader is.
Yeah. You ready for Hestus? Building to put an upper.
Commanded me. Ishil ye Lester the Hestus.
Destras on chewing upon the beta. Du habt the Hestus for me.
Obedience to virtue is
Ali set. Ready for Hestus.
Ich shall obey. A steering so ahead.
You're ready for the next worker on the roller. What needest thou of me? Building to put an upper.
Lusten in their ranges. Heftes. Nate King. Gladsome welcome nu.
Here wait me Hestes.
Commanding me.
He coon what he can doing.
Ali set. Ready for Hestes.
Nan rester for the shrewd, ready to gone.
Nan rester for the shrewd, ready to go. Building to put it over.
Be ready for the next worker on the roller. If he'll get this building, he build it for thee.
You ready to read the reading out? Swa commandes. Reading forth anon.
Ich shall obey. Ik vaar de pass of reet weasedus.
Desterers on chewing upon the bitter. Prickeren your spores.
What on the Hestes?
Der has us gefunden!
Chivalry and ready. Ich will obey the Hester. Ronkale for reader and offering a day.
Way on reading off!
Rickosaurus, way on reading off. Ah, yes, sir.
The way shall ye the dead bay be thee with.
Ready to gone. He bore away that hit is he builded, and he builded well.
Widow Shully Reader.
Understood.
Ich will obey the Hester. The commander is Clara. Du habt der Hestes for me.
Alrita.
Ihr Reader zu ahead.
Chill.
Obeisance is midute.
With the traders eliminated, the king's army had struck a blow to the rebels in the castle. Cut off from all hope of resupply, more of the rebels were forced to abandon the fight.
Ronkale operator!
needest thou of me? Building to put an upper. Yeah, you ready for Hestes?
Into the saddle, and your hue and Hamadou, Brickosaurus. Go half for on races! Take Lord onto the Alabeans!
Obedience to virtue is wailful. Ik zal stieren at the Hester.
Yeah, you ready for Hestes?
Destras on chewing upon the bit.
You ready for the next worker on Throller? If he'll get this building, he build it for thee.
Obedience to virtue is wailful. Aye.
Yeah, you ready for Hestes? He way that hit is a builded, and he builded well.
Me way shall guide the dead bay, be these will. And me fet left the pass to a powerful leaf.
Good a worker, done a Rita. Lock as greater. Yeah, you ready for Hestes? Building to put an upper.
Ich shall obey. Alrita. Commandant me.
Chivalry and ready, I'll die. Until the saddle reader is. Obedience is my duty.
Yeah, you ready for Hestes?
Born way that this is he builded, and he builded well.
King John's men came to St. Margaret's Monastery. Although the monks would not take sides, they would provide medical care for wounded soldiers. The local market was also open to trade with Chatham.
Offridende. Obitials is me duty. Irida so ahead.
Oh, nan rester for the Shrewd, ready to gone. Nan rester for the Shrewd, ready to gone. Ick he'll get this building, he builded for they.
Commandant me. Ichel stieren at the hest.
Into the saddle, and be ready.
Onto the saddle, readerers.
Ricosaurus, way on reading off. Prickeren your spores. Ronke upper reader and Offridende.
Seven Finders Hours!
Ickle reader!
He can do it.
Ricosaurus, way on reading off. Ickle reader forth. Until the saddle reader is. Ronke upper reader and Offridende.
Me way shall ye the dead bay be.
Ali set. Ready for Ickle obey the Hester. Unto the saddle reader is. The commander is Clara.
Seven Finders Hours!
Warriors and wander this away! Prickeren your spurs! Ricosaurus, way on reading off. Prickeren your spores. Obitials is me duty. The commander is Clara. Irida so ahead. Until the saddle reader is. Ichil obey the Hester. Ricosaurus, way on reading off. Prickeren your spores. Ronke upper reader and Offridende. Ichil reader forth.
What needest thou of me? Yeah, you ready for Hester's? Yeah, you ready for Hester's? He bore way that this is he builded and he builded well.
Hestes for the trebuchet. Ich shall obey.
Peace anew. Lusten for Hestes. Ferren. Und Ikona ore Japes.
Hestes for the engine.
hour.
You're ready for the next worker on the roller. Ready to go. What needest thou of me? Non-rester for the shrewd, ready to go. He bore way that this is he builded and he builded well.
Who's thou havest me hunter?
Where should he dress?
What shall he do? Me duty is to hear. Going there, read anon. I Abea Shutters.
Yeah, you ready for Hestes? Yeah, you ready for Hestes? If you'll get this building, he build it for thee.
Hestes, what, you ready for the next worker on the roller? They'll get this building and build it for thee. Building to put it up.
You ready to read on the book, Swahead? The Hester is plain. Going there, read anon. Reading out, Swahead. I hear the Hester. Reading out, Swacommanded. I Abea Shutters. On the book, Swahead. Reading forth anon. Yes, sir.
Surge engines at the ready.
If I'm fine with that, could I go with the worker?
Party to done? Moving engines?
Address me at a word.
Fail cloth, men. No Hestes. Stirren, whereas for Werian Botus.
Who's thou havest me hunter? Our women, yet have an heir to Hestes.
Ich kann folgen Hestes.
What on the Hestes? Going there, read anon. Me duty.
Be ready for the next worker on the roller. Building to put an upper.
And the rest are for the shrewd. Ready to go. In board way that this is he builded and he builded well. He'll get this building, he build it for thee.
Desperate on chewing upon the bitter. The commander is clear.
Okay, you goon what he can do it. Leave a good worker and make a thing.
He hunger for the actor.
you ready to read the Uta? My duty is to hear. The Hesta is plain. Understood. On the boat, Swahead. Reading out, Swahead. Reading out, Swakamande.
Ready to gone. If you'll get this building, he builded for they.
Send me to unstood.
And the rest for the Shrewd. Ready to go. Inform that this is he builded and he builded well.
Waiting for it. Hunches.
No Hestes coming, men. Stirren. Whereas for Warian boat pusheth are full guns.
So young men hit our way men. The Sage engines on the ready. Listen and do not mission. Yes. A victory! The mark is gone! Ah, is a data! Let it have an Europe.
No Hestes coming, do swat ahead.
When moon and Baya. Get down your gear, Arwayman, and moon. Sage engines at the ready. Waiting for it. Engines.
Rochester's outer wall crumbled to King John's men, and they descended on the keep.
Spearmen, taken harder and sharpen up my spearmen. Moving spearmen.
Address me at a worthy.
And the rest for the Shrewd. Ready to go.
Sayest thou to me, whose thou desirest be shot?
You ready for the next worker on the roller? It'll get this building and build it for they.
Ready to gone. Be ready for the next worker on the roller. Building to put an upper.
Allah is a data. Doing that no. Push it, Arwayman. Yar, Arwayman. We are moving. The siege engines are here ready! That will I be done.
Oh, nan resta for the shrewd. Ready to gone. Yeah, you ready for Hester's? You're a will, it's me, Dieter.
The siege engines only ready. Yes. Getting on mission.
Into the saddle and be ready. Eagle 3 to 4.
Siege engines at the ready!
Peace anew. Lust and Battering is Cavalry and ready on it.
Siege engines.
Stand on them feet, young. Harley set.
Ala is a dita! Engine! Back is he gone? Listen! And do not miss it!
Yeah, he ready for Hester's. Is he building?
The siege engines are here ready! The siege engines on.
From Infantry, Hestels, Nankamen, senden men to Anstura. Spermen on the move.
Ala is a dita. Get it, boss. The siege engines only ready. The Hestes will be obeyed.
Yeah, he ready for Hester's. Yeah, he ready for Hester's. Building to put an upper.
Ala is a dita. and do not mission! Engines, let it have fallen Führer.
Rusten in their room, it will be.
Bestanden and Spearman! Movement!
Spare clock, men. Nu hast
Push him, highwayman! But God, Suaya, meditate, highwayman!
Rockfall tanks are ready! Battering is not on the way on his ship! Even more!
Let's beyond this! Electrical!
They're ready! Operations detected! Crossbowers! Apican weaponers!
Sergeant at the ready. Hit will they be all done? The mark is in go! The Hestus will be obeyed. Listen and do not mission!
Steady faster. Unter the Sturm.
Getting on duty!
No distance coming. Into the tunnel! And be ready!
Habida arme Hestes ilka fis annan.
Cavalry are ready under ours! Cavalry are ready on the die! Into the tunnel! And be ready! All is set! Ready for Desperate! Jonah, Father, with a short reader!
Now rester for the Shruid.
Intended! Estes aren't coming.
Hearken, Allah, Hestas aren't coming. There woulda needed to be a Battering. He bore weight that this is he builded and he builded well. If he'll get this building built today, be ready for the next worker on the roller. Ready to go. they stop her until
In
one
a
needs
little
how
big
they
shot
go. You know they stop her.
Yeah, you ready for Hestes?
Looking for. Ready to gone.
Hestes for the trebuchet. Serge engines at the ready. Hit Willie Bildon.
Stirrer, whereas for Warian Vultus. Name Rock King, gladsome welcome.
Highwaymen, it will not but be the Hest.
Crossbows at the Red Baron crossbows, and none manning.
Good, we have new Hestes.
Highwaymen,
A Mesna clear!
Lusted for Hestes.
Schädling an uns!
Hestes to other.
The Serge engines only ready. The Hestes will be obeyed.
Lusted in and was there. When the Alphonsus. Hestes Purus. Baron. Oedus. Belia.
In a little big shot!
Ah, he's a data.
Rochester's inner wall finally gave way, and the keep was laid bare for the taking.
Getting on me! Die Hestes will be obeyed!
Ready to go?
Send them a thing, get a score.
And rest up for this ruid. Ready to go? Yeah, you ready for Hestes?
Send them a board.
Building to put it on. You ready for the next worker on the roller?
Come on,
Building to put it on.
You're
What needest thou of me? He no they stopper until it is all gathered in.
Yeah, he ready for Hestes. There is Wooder. Yeah, he ready for Hestes. If he'll get this building, he build it for thee.
Sirs on James after ready! Yes, sir! Getting on mission! That will I be on God!
You're ready for the next worker on the roller.
Send them a thing, get a score. Send them a board.
Oh, nan resta for the druid. Ready to go.
Shooting at uns!
Ready to go. He bore way that this is he builded and he builded well.
Allah is a dita. Doing that too. Obedience to virtue is wailing. Yes, sir. Obedience to virtue is well.
Understood.
Commanden mij. Ik vaar de paas op reed pieces.
Send them a trinket to school.
Let's step for the Shrewd. Ready to go. Forway that this is the building and the building.
This station is the only shot! Habidet, arbeiden! Verhuren! Abspiel! Ist Lutte! Dieser Ding! The sails launches on! Waiting for it! Launchings, listen! Hey, cunning shots! Silent help!
Come on, the man. You'll love the many bear.
Slow there and see you.
Be ready for the next worker on the roller. Looking forward to working in the world.
Let's step for the Shrewd. Ready to go.
Yeah, you ready for Hestus? Oh, nan resta for the Shrewd. Ready to go. Building to put an upper.
Ik shall open.
Come on, the man. You'll love the many bear.
What shall he do? He here at the Hester. Going there, written on.
Yeah, you ready for Hestus? You can feign with that. What needest thou of me? Think he'll get this building he builded for thee? Help! We're tapping out the Vera!
Yeah, you ready for Hestes? A steering so ahead.
Come on, the man. Amida Borges on top control.
They will get this building and build it for thee.
Push it, Arwayman, and here to Hest. Get down your gear, Arwayman, and move.
Send them in forth. Come on, man. You're loud, yeah, many bear.
We stand at Yara to commander. Good work at Donorita. Look is great, that.
Ready to go. Building to put an...
Send them in forth. Come on, man. You're loud, yeah, many bear.
Yeah, you ready for Hestes?
Come on, man. You're loud, yeah, many bear.
Sergeants at arms, defensive feet.
Yemeni be.
Sergeants at arms, jare produtte. Termete de som tidig camping. And rest for the swoop. Ready to go. Forway that this is a building and he build it well. Sirs, engines at the ready. Engines! And do not miss it left!
The great keep at Rochester fell at the hands of the King's army, securing both the castle and the route to London. While the fight for England raged on, a desperate King John clung to the throne.
People often imagine that castle walls were just left as bare stone, but in fact they weren't. They were plastered, painted, and decorated.
The process of making medieval paint begins in a quarry.
This is a sandstone with a really high iron content. In it, we find pockets of ochre. This is iron oxide, like rust, and the ochre is one of the main ingredients in pigment making.
First, the ochre is crushed into a fine powder.
The finer the particles in paint, the better the paint will be.
Once ground up, water is added. Then the mixture is sieved.
This is the exact opposite of making pasta at home. At home, when you sieve your pasta, you then keep it for your meal. Here, what's going to end up in the sieve will be discarding.
What's needed are the tiny particles suspended in the water.
Once it's dry, it's going to look something like this. You can see that all the water has evaporated, leaving just this very fine crust, which will then be ground into the fine pigment which is used to make paint.
But ochre's colour palette doesn't end there. If it's heated, something magical happens. Yellow ochre turns red. And heating it for even longer creates a whole spectrum of colours.
It's been burnt for over 72 hours at 1,000 degrees Celsius, and that gives us this incredible purple colour.
To turn the pigment into paint, it's bound together with egg and tree sap.
A popular motif in the Middle Ages was the use of stones and roses. That's where you paint on blocks of stone to make it look like you could afford to pay stonemasons to produce dress blocks of stone and then decorate them with 5-petalled flowers.
So, medieval castles were far from the gloomy places we imagine today. They were full of colour and light. Year prior to the defence of Dover, King John's defiance of the Magna Carta had mired England.
Right, we'll finish this one then next time. I really have to go to bed, like it's 3:26 a.m. and I have to get up. Definitely going to bed this time. So thanks very much for watching. See you next time. Good night. Bye.